ladies and gentlemen, just a few more minutes. We got to get some IT things set up. Really appreciate your patience, okay? As soon as we get everything set up, we'll be ready to start. Thank you for your patience.
You know, I
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here, and welcome to the Lee N. Beard Commission Chambers. Before we get started, I want to let everyone know that this is a place of official government business, and it is a place of civility and decorum, meaning we're going to be respectful to those that talk, even if we don't agree. We're going to be respectful. We're not going to allow any outburst. We're not going to allow any yelling or screaming. We're going to be civil to one another, all right? Let's do that. We can disagree, but we don't have to be hostile about it. So with that being said, Attorney Madden, Madam Administrator, I'm going to go ahead and call this special call hearing to order. Attorney Madden.
Good afternoon, Commission. Today is the 1 o'clock hearing for 3 buildings in Augusta, Georgia. There's the Bon Air Apartments, the Richmond Summit, and the Maxwell House. We will start with the Bon Air. Representative of the Bon Air here, Mr. Jack Long is representing the Bon Air. This hearing is set due to notice, which we sent pursuant to 2-1-38. I believe Mr. Long would like to address the commission before we get started. If you'd like to hear from Mr. Long.
Yes, sir. Would Mr. Long, for the record, please state your name and who you're representing, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Jack Long, and I represent Redwood Housing, who manages 2 different properties here in the Augusta area, the Bon Air Apartments and what's been known as the Richmond Summit downtown. We would like to, before we get started, we would like, if we are permitted to, give the commission sort of an overview of what's been done in these properties since my client's acquisition and beginning of management of them in late 2021. We have a number of residents here that I believe enjoy where they live. They like where they live. They're here to support the places they live. And to that end, we have 2 videos we would like to show to the commission as well as to the gallery here about one for each of these properties, if we may be
All right.
pleased. Thank you.
Mr. McFarley, we prepared with the video? All right.
Share screen. Thank you. All right.
Since Casey and her team has been here, she has done so much improvement. The outside, the roof, the inside, the floors, the walls. The apartments have all new appliances. Casey's doing everything to fix everything up for us. And her team has done an excellent job so far.
Somebody to come in here and help me out with the staff. As good as they were to me, I really applaud.
Since Redwood has bought it, I've seen a lot of improvement. My apartment looks great. I love my apartment. I love how the hallways are looking. I love the whole building. I mean, this is my home.
It's beautiful. They made it possible to make it safe for everyone to live in here. I mean, brand new elevator in the back, that works. No matter what floor you're on, it's nice. I love coming in, seeing the security guards. It's safe now to be in here. I would trust my heart stay in here forever. This is my forever home.
Thank you, Mr. Madden. Is there another video? Was that the only one?
We've got one more.
One more, okay.
Because I know the summit is in some of your districts as well.
Okay.
And we give equal attention to that property and would like to just give you a little preview of what's been going on there.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just gonna keep it real. When I first got it was hard. Now look at the place. You can see for yourself. It wasn't even nothing like, it wasn't like this. You know, this is a 1,000% improvement. Look at it now. You got the doors could be locked. You can't get in if you ain't got a swab to get in, you know. And so you got the cameras in the elevators. So, you know, you got some security. So, yeah, it's nice.
There's always someone working, from cleaning to putting brand new floors down. I've never lived in an apartment that was this nice. I'm talking about appliance-wise and new floors, new roofs. I'm blessed. I have good neighbors. I have the good management. There's free laundry. There's we're going to be having internet. You just can't move into anything, you know, I don't think anything nicer than this.
Thank you, Attorney Long. You have the floor, sir.
Well, and yes, sir. So I wanted to show the members of the commission these videos because I think there's been a lot of reporting and a lot of conversation, right, about these properties in your respective districts. And you know, I will say that I have a vested interest. I'm a citizen here. I'm a taxpayer here. I live in the neighborhood that the Bon Air is in. I want the best for that property because it's in my neighborhood. I live literally a few blocks away. And I wouldn't be standing here on behalf of the folks I represent if I didn't feel like they were doing a service to the community in improving these properties and providing high quality, affordable housing, which listening in on the tail end of the last agenda item for the SPLOST meeting, I understand is a priority here in this area. I think there's been a lot of misconception and innuendo and rumor about what these units look like. We have invited or attempted to invite personally each of the commissioners to come tour the units. Some of you have taken us up on that invitation. Those of you that haven't, the invitation remains open. I will tell you that all of these units are undergoing major renovation at both of these properties over a multi-year, multi-phase plan at each. So just to give you updates of what's happened. At the Richmond Summit, you may have seen from the video, all new solar panels have been added onto the roof, new roofing has been done. All the units have new appliances, flooring, vanities, you know, and then there's also the part you can't see, right? The wiring, the plumbing, the things inside the walls, the HVAC, the things that, you know, you don't see when you walk in, but are a tremendous expense and investment that Redwood has made into that property. Again, new elevators. Out of the 3 elevators at the Richmond Summit, I believe 1 has been totally replaced. The other 2 are slated for total replacement. Now, I know that's been a topic that came up at a prior commission meeting. I want to address it for you. When you put an elevator in a building that's 50 or 100 years old, that's not something you just call the elevator company and say, hey, I'd like a new one of these. Can you bring it next week? You have to They have to design something. Usually it's custom made. It has to be manufactured, sometimes from different components made in different countries and shipped here, albeit tariffs and shipping and all that. And it can sometimes be a year or longer process. But I will tell you that at both of these properties, both properties are slated for total elevator replacements. That's the system inside the cab. And at one elevator in each property has already come through that replacement. So a service elevator on the south side of the Bon Air complex, as well as one of the elevators in the Summit. And again, orders are already in and have been before the last commission meeting for the replacement of the remaining elevators. All the common areas, the hallways that the rooms come out of have been painted, new carpeting put down, new lighting put in. All that work is complete. My understanding is that the remaining action items are finishing the major mechanicals, things like the completion of the new chillers, centralized air towers in both buildings, as well as some security updates in the Bon Air, fencing that goes around the perimeter of the rear parking lots with keyed access and gates on each end. Other improvements like some common space, there's sort of a balcony or portico that goes over the Bon Air that has a large space that was once, I think, a ballroom or a dining room or something back in the 70s when it was last a hotel. And that is currently under active construction. And so, Redwood is at a point where they are getting almost to the home stretch here of several large key improvements. And again, a lot of those improvements are the things you don't see, right? The replacement so that everybody does have a brand new centralized air conditioning system. So getting rid of all the window units that you may see if you drive by one of these properties. We are still having those that are relocated unit to unit because while that system is being upgraded in order to give the residents continual air, they may have to have a temporary solution, right? The same way with electricity. When there's an electrical upgrade, there may be a planned outage. I know that was one concern one of you brought up at the last meeting. And again, we're here, I think we've informed council about that, but those are things that are done with notice to residents, with options if it's a condition that may not be comfortable, with an option for hoteling during the period of construction on a temporary basis, or other compensation above and beyond what's required under the law. I think that Redwood is on a good journey here, has already committed millions of dollars into both of these properties, and appears to be continuing to do so. That said, I don't want to jump the gun and try to judge these folks on what is truly still an active construction site in some areas. Regarding security, for example, we had a walkthrough with Chief Blanchard and other members of the Richmond County Sheriff's Department at the Bon Air, and plan to do a similar security walkthrough at the Richmond Summit just to receive input and suggestions. My understanding as a result of the walkthrough yesterday at the Bon Air, every suggestion that was made was received favorably and were, for the most part, things that are already part of the plan, which is scheduled for completion towards the end of this year. Things like perimeter fencing around parking lots, additional camera systems, keyed access to parking lots, things like that. Again, things that are already part of the plan. Many of these items have already been ordered and are with subcontractors or manufacturers and just aren't on site yet. So we would ask the commission consider a postponement of the current hearing until those issues have been completed, so that you can judge us on a finished product, not sort of midway through. That said, if that's not the commission's wish, we are prepared to go forward with a hearing today subject to certain objections, which I'll address during opening statements.
Thank you, Attorney Long. Colleagues of this body, it's been a request that we perhaps delayed today's hearing regarding these two properties, and that they're working through the process of making the enhancements that they've not only promised the residents, but they've promised the city. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. I see Commissioner Smith-Rice, you've gotten into the queue. Madam, seeing you first, I'm going to let you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For all of you who have come out today, I see your pretty blue shirts on. Did y'all get those yesterday? I like them. Redwood shirts. Did everybody get one from Redwood, from both hotels, from our apartments? Excuse me, they used to be hotels. Anyway, I'm going to say I did go do a walkthrough yesterday, and Chief Blanchard was there and several others, and Attorney Jack Long was there. And, you know, where I stand on this, and I'm just going to shoot straight with you all. I was here a couple of months ago, I want to say it was less than 2 months ago, discussing this with Mr. Dukes. And, you know, he said, he promised me, and I told him I was looking at him, I said, I'm going to look you in the eye, I'm watching you, and that, you know, he's going to walk his talk. He said he'd have all this work done, phase 2, by the end of November. Okay? All right? So where I am with this is, if it were up to me today, I'd say I want to put you on probation until November to make sure that phase 2 gets done, and that the people that live in both of these facilities, this their home, that they know that they're going to be taken care of, that there's not going to be any more shootings and people coming in, passing drugs around and scaring people to where they can't come out of their rooms. I don't want to get any more calls. I don't want my constituents afraid that they can't let their children go out in the backyard. I want to put Redwood on probation. But I've been told, you know, if you do probation, when they can come back and do this, that's fine. But I tell you where I would be on this if I can't get my colleagues to support me, a strict damn warning on Redwood, and it would be to make sure that phase 2 is done. And our last meeting is December the 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. That we come back on December 2nd and that phase 2 be done. Because I was told by Nick, who no longer is with Redwood, that phase 2 was going to be done a while back. I sat with Congressman Rick Allen, and several people in the ballroom, and I didn't get to go in the ballroom today. I saw some improvements. I went into one room, one unit, but I didn't go into all of them. And I know that there are people that are there today in that facility, in their home, their rooms, that are scared to speak up because they don't want to be thrown out on the streets. Yes, that's the truth. It's the truth. And nobody should have to live feeling scared or threatened because Redwood or management might throw them out if they say or speak their minds. They have a right to speak their minds. They have a right. Who is here today that is very much unhappy with the situation?
By show of hands.
I just would
like show
to
of hands.
see.
No, by show of hands. No voices. Show of hands, please.
Okay, there was going to be many more, I know, but it's trying to get them down here and getting them down here and rides to and from. But I'm here to protect the citizens that live around, all of you. The commission, I know, wants the best for you all as well. Everybody does up here. We all want the best for you. But yesterday when I rode through there, I said, the grass is getting cut. Here we are. They're pruning. It's like Masters Week. You know, Masters Week, the week before Masters, everything looks good in Augusta, Georgia. And the week after Masters, it looks good too. But then it starts to kind of dissipate. This is what I saw yesterday. And this is what I see when I ride down Walton Way and when I ride back through Cumming Road and other areas. It just starts to dissipate. Redwood, you came in, you got it looking good. But how long are you going to keep it looking good? Huh? No? Okay.
Hey.
All right. Well, phase 2 is supposed to be completed by the end of November. I understand construction, and I understand that there are parts that have to be done, elevators, but elevators have to be working too. And I, today, would sit here and say that we put Redwood on probation, because I have listened to Redwood over and over, whistle and bells. They put lipstick on a pig, and, and then it's just the same old thing. I get calls later on.
Hey,
They're not doing anything.
I said there's no outbursts in these chambers. You will be removed. Well, let's go take him out.
I'm almost done.
Thank you, sir.
I'm almost done. But there should be nobody living their lives day in and day out scared. You don't deserve it. And the folks that live around there don't deserve it neither. We don't deserve it. We feel for you. But we've got a dadgum good Richmond County Sheriff's Office that is willing to do whatever they can. And they have. They've been on your premises. But we also don't want to go over there in 3 or 4 weeks and there be no security and the doors are open like I've seen, people coming in and out. Okay, that has been happening since I've been on this dais, since 2021, and it's going to happen again, and that is why I feel that Redwood should be put on probation, and they ought to say, yeah, we'll take the probation because we're going to show y'all that we're going to do the work and we're going to get it done by the end of November. We're going to show y'all for once, because you haven't shown me anything. You've shown me some rooms that have been done in the carpet, but y'all should have probably had that done a couple of years ago. Not now. So if it comes down to it, a harsh warning until December 2nd. Harsh warning, and we're watching. We're watching. All of y'all, please watch. And if things haven't improved, security hasn't been taken care of like it's supposed to be, like you've said, and you've told everybody that it's going to be done. If it's not done, and we go and take a look at the end of November and come back early December, then y'all go on probation. Bottom line. Bottom line. Harsh warning today through December to make sure y'all get all this stuff done, all of it done. Because Mr. Duke sat up here and he promised me, and I'll go back to that if I have to, go back to that live stream video. But he promised me standing there, right there, that he would have it done by the end of by the end of November. I understand if a part for an elevator doesn't come in, okay? But the people that live in Richmond Summit and Bon Air deserve better. They deserve a lot better. They rely on Redwood. They rely. And when they sit there, and they are even wearing your shirts today, but if y'all can't come through for them, and they're wearing your shirts, and they're hoping by wearing the shirts that y'all are going to do what you're going to walk your talk. But you know what? If they don't have it done by the end of November, turn your shirts in. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
But I'm where I am with that, and if I don't know if there was 1 or 2 people that wanted to speak. I don't know if we're allowed to do that, Mr. Mayor.
We're going to get to just a couple in just a second.
All right.
I have another colleague in the queue.
Thank you.
Attorney Long, I've been reminded that any and all documentation regarding your videos need to be sent to our clerk of the commission. I will give you her email so that we could properly catalog everything as part of this session, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got it. Chair recognizes the commissioner from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to first off thank everybody for coming today. I had an opportunity to share a little bit before we started the meeting that when I see the folks in this audience, I don't just see constituents, right? I see folks who, when I'm walking downtown, I talk to, I hang out with, I know many of them by name. This is like, y'all have become a part of who I am, really. And one of the biggest issues that I have had is that I know in the past, I've been to Richmond Summit a number of times, and I'm gonna keep coming by. But one of the issues that I've had is that the security there is a problem for me. Now, in the past, We highlighted issues with the washing room, with the laundry room, and it was taken care of. We had a lot of other issues that we've been able to work with Redwood on at the Richmond Summit. I've said that before, and I want to say it in the presence of all the representatives, that we've had an opportunity to work with Redwood on a number of issues, and y'all have been helpful in solving that. But one issue that remains outstanding to me is just this issue of security. Ryan, we spoke about it, so I'm not, I don't have to go into, bringing you up or anything like that. But I want to know about your security plans and your record keeping, because not only are the folks that live there like family to me, I actually have 2 uncles who live at the Richmond Summit, okay? And I know for a fact that there's been situations that happen at the summit that has resulted in loss of life. And I don't ever want to wake up, and anyone's life means more than another, but I don't ever want to wake up and find out that my uncles are dead down there because of something that has happened. My friend here on the second row witnessed a man get shot in her face, right in her face, cold blood, by somebody who didn't even have a lease at the apartments, from what I understand. So what I want to understand is, what is your plan for security? And then what is your plan for record keeping going forward, so that if these renovations are happening, which according to your video, it looks pretty nice, but how can folks feel safe and secure in their homes when, like I've shared on a number of occasions, and I shared this morning again, that I've been all up and through your building from the basement to the roof. Nobody stopped me, not one time. Maybe the constituents would say, hey, Commissioner, I'm like, y'all be quiet, I'm on a mission. But how can we be confident knowing that the work is getting done on security and record keeping? I would say that your staff is fine. I'm speaking for the Richmond Summit because I don't know the staff at the Bon Air. I'm sure they're fine too. But Ms. Jordan, if you ever get rid of Ms. Jordan, you're gonna be right back in front of this body. I'm telling you. She holds it down for you, but that's of course facetious. Don't take that as a part of the record. But the point that I'm making here is, how can we ensure that with all of these renovations, that residents feel safe and secure in the properties without the threat of someone coming in and, causing loss of life? We had a 13-year-old killed and an older gentleman killed. So I guess if I feel comfortable enough with understanding your plan for security here, you won't hear anything else out of me until the end of the year, like Commissioner Rice mentioned. But until I hear more about the security plans, I have a lot of hesitation and unreadiness.
If I can respond?
Yes, sir.
So, Commissioner, a few things. One, security improvements at both buildings have included sort of a key fob access. At the Bon Air, that was a little delayed due to a front door that needed replacement. That is now in. Residents now have to swipe a fob to open these exterior doors. And at the Bon Air, I think we're waiting on one was being worked on yesterday during our walkthrough. At the Summit, my understanding is that's been done. And so nobody should be entering the building, right, if they're not a resident there or accompanied by a resident there with a key fob. In addition, there are cameras both at the Summit and the Bon Air, with more planned. Those cameras are being monitored through a remote service, which will have someone actively there. So if there's an incident or suspicious activity or something, law enforcement can be alerted. There are other security features which I would prefer not to discuss in this public forum, but that in collaboration with law enforcement can alert law enforcement if someone is at a property that should not be there through various means.
Mr. Long, can I pause you here for a quick
Yes, sir.
second, because a thought just came to mind. I know years ago, when Buddy Brown was killed, we requested that on-site security be added to the summit to make sure that any kind of ruckus outside or any kind of unwanted activity was quickly dealt with.
Right.
I know that residents, they don't really have a park to go to, they don't have many things to do but hang out in that alleyway there, which, whatever, but if there's something that happens in that alleyway or in the park across the street that impacts the living there, what plans do we have for on-site security like what the Bon Air has?
And respectfully, Commissioner, with regards to a specific shooting and what happens at the park across the street or, on Broad Street in front of the building, I'm not sure that in-house security is permitted to address what happens outside the confines of the building, right? My clients manage security for their residents inside the building, right? If you have a drug deal going on a city street, on a city sidewalk outside the building, that's a law enforcement issue. And I know we have a new administration in that regard. As a business owner and property owner in the downtown district myself, I am hopeful and welcoming of increased patrols and things to minimize any risk both to residents as to business owners. That's security. Public security is certainly a paramount concern. But I think my client is not able to, police the streets or police, outside of the four corners of what it owns.
Well, let me rephrase that, because you're absolutely right. On the inside of your facility, if someone commits a crime like a murder or something on the outside, but they lived inside of the summit, that means they're living there. They're part of that summit community. Like inside, like an in-house security officer can help keep ruckus down from the inside. It can keep drugs from coming on the inside. It can keep ruckus from coming inside.
So I'll say that
because the Bon Air has in-house security, correct?
Management. Well, the Bon Air is a little bit different property, right? In that it is not a downtown property that's that goes to the edge of the sidewalk. The Bon Air has parking in the rear that's very large. It's got a very large rotunda area and sort of green spaces, right, that buffer the confines of the building to the street. And so one concern that's been presented to us that we have heard and tried to remedy is, hey, what are you doing about people that might wander onto that property from outside the street that shouldn't be there, right? People that are not residents. And so for several months now, we have had armed on-site security at the Bon Air. Per the mayor's suggestion, we have looked at investigating a change in the provider, or adding additional security with a different provider. So, with the summit, it's a little different, and I think the reason for that is once you are in the building, right, with a key fob that you can't get in the building unless you live there. If you were to commit a crime in the building, you would be subject to the jurisdiction of the Richmond County Sheriff's Office like any other person in the county that commits a crime. I mean, as part of living in either of these two places, you're vetted for income and for criminal history.
How does that differ from the Bon Air? How does that differ from the Bon Air?
Well, it differs from the Bon Air in that in order to get in the Bon Air, you have to traverse a pretty distant space from the edge of the sidewalk to the front door where you swipe in.
Does that matter? If I live in another part of town and I park in the back of the Bon Air and I walk in through the side door with a gun on my hip like I did 2 years ago and go floor to floor, I can do the same thing at the Richmond Summit by parking down at the Miller Theater and walking right in like I did 2 years ago.
Not with keyed access.
No, folks who are trespassing and going in and causing problems don't have key access.
You're asking me if someone hypothetically had a gun and broke into the Summit.
No, let me rephrase it. If I know someone who lives in the Richmond Summit and I'm a drug dealer, and I'm not saying this happens, but I'm just want to get clarity. I'm a drug dealer. I know somebody who lives in the Richmond Summit. I'm dealing to them. What's stopping them from coming downstairs and opening the door for me to come in and blast that person right in the lobby? I mean, somebody who is on-site security that's able to apprehend and able to do the job, would they not be able to help with that?
On-site security is generally not able to apprehend. They're entitled to try to...
But they're armed at the Bon Air.
Correct, but they're not. I'm not sure that they're entitled to get into a physical altercation. I mean, that would be up to this. That would be a question for the security company.
What I'm trying to get at, Mr. Long, is that what is the point of having an armed security officer at the Bon Air?
I think it's a deterrent.
Why would we not have a deterrent at the Richmond Summit as well?
Well, again, I think that the security measures for gaining access to the building
are the same. They are the same.
It's a little different, but I will say this. We had a security walkthrough with representatives of the sheriff's office yesterday morning at the Bon Air. We plan to do the same at the summit. If the sheriff's department makes security recommendations to the areas you're speaking on, my client is all ears to implementing changes dependent on
I hope they're
those-
all ears. I hope they're all ears with hearing what I'm saying now, because I have had personal experience being able to come into both of your properties. And if I were a bad guy, I could have caused bodily injury to whoever was in that building for whatever purpose. And so I know that we may be on the same page here, but I want to just get a better understanding on why is it okay for armed security to be at the Bon Air because they are away from the street. They're able to deter crime or deter any kind of unwanted activity, and that standard it's not the same. Now, the young ladies who work at the Richmond Summit who are in that office are locking the doors during the daytime for their safety. So if you had somebody in that lobby area or in that facility to help add to the safety of that complex, I think that would be more than reasonable given what the commission is suggesting as an alternative.
Right, so I hear and appreciate your suggestion. I think that's certainly a concern we can vet with the Richmond County Sheriff's Office to see if that is in line with what their recommendations would be. I don't know what those recommendations would be because we haven't done a security walkthrough and assessment with them at that property yet, although we have that planned. I will say that one of the concerns that was previously brought to us about the Bon Air was without the keyed access, with that front door not being completely renovated at the time, and needing someone there to verify people walking in the front door were supposed to be there, coupled with complaints of activity in the parking lot, and that parking lot, which the Summit does not have the same parking scenario as the Bon Air, needing
Well, they park in the
patrols.
alley. Yeah.
Right, but people that park in an alley, right, on a city street, that alley is patrolled by the sheriff's office, not by neighboring building owners, right?
Well, I hope that the conversation that we're having right now is not falling on deaf ears, because again, I can get into both of your facilities very easily. I can get into both of your facilities before y'all even leave this building after this hearing. I can leave right now and get into both of them. And you might not believe that, but I'm telling you, I can get on the back of Ellis Street where the catwalk is and come right on the inside. I can enter in through the side door, and I even know how to enter in on Broad Street. So the point that I'm making is security has to be a main priority at the Richmond Summit, just as it is at the Bon Air. Because I don't know how many deaths we had reported at the Bon Air due to crime, but since I've been on the commission, I've seen 2 at the Richmond Summit. I've seen 2. And that concerns me for everyone in those blue shirts. It concerns me for Ms. Jordan. It concerns me for the young lady who works in the office. It concerns me for my uncles who live there. It concerns me for the seniors who work there, who live there. That's my biggest concern. And I think that we're all on the same page here. And I talked to Ryan. I plan to join you on that walkthrough. But one thing that I don't want to be amplified to a degree is that there isn't somehow a need at the Richmond Summit for that on-site security. It's a sermon I've been preaching for 2.5, 3 years, and I'm about ready to call it to a benediction, right? So let's figure that part out, okay?
I hear your concern.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. You know, I've also fielded complaints regarding both of those properties, and I too have toured in the past and experienced some of the complaints that the residents have experienced. I met with the owner a little over 2 years ago, and he made a pledge that he was working on funding to make improvements to those buildings. And I see it today, where it may be slow, but there are improvements slowly occurring. You see the outside paint, you see the windows. Inside, you see they're renovating most of the units. So there is progress. Unfortunately, it hadn't been fast enough. So I believe that accountability starts directly with the owner. He's met with me, and I've talked to him. He's given me his pledge. I want him to come up and give this community his pledge that he's going to continue with the progress that he has planned. And I want everybody to know and see who he is, because he's given me the confidence that he's going to make things better for those properties. So, Ryan, if you're more than able and willing, come up and let the folks know who you are. Tell me about your plan, and I believe in it. I'm just going to tell you, based on what you've told me, I believe in your plan. I believe in your commitment. I believe in your plan. Let the public know what you've done. Tell them about the investments. Tell them about the chiller, how you say people who don't have air conditioning, that you're working through those things. Let the people hear from you. Mr. Ryan, you have the floor, sir. Please, for the record, please state your name and an address, please.
Sure. Ryan Fuson, Redwood Housing, 506 2nd Avenue, Seattle, Washington.
Tell the people what you told me and what you're doing and what your plans are for your properties.
Sure. So, the last time I was up in front of the commission was about a year ago. We had received funding for this critical phase 2 of the renovations of Bon Air and Richmond Summit. Our plans have not changed. Our plans have been steadfast and we're making good progress. The initial focus at both buildings was the living conditions and the units within both buildings. The conditions were not conditions that were acceptable to us and to our standards. And under prior ownership and decades of neglect, they got to a very poor state. We came in and the initial plan was to renovate 100% of the units, provide life safety upgrades, and provide accessibility upgrades. That work was completed last year. Over the past 8, 9, 10 months, we've been focused on the systems, mechanical systems, electrical systems of the buildings, modernizing the elevators, ensuring that every unit has adequate air conditioning, heat, etc. We continue to make improvements to this day, and we will continue to do so until we are done with our commitment and our renovations. The buildings, when we're done with them, will have every major system, right, that is needed to be addressed, and modernized. Again, all of the units, as you've seen today through the videos, as several residents and supporters here can attest to, including the commissioners, including the mayor, including others who have, been willing to walk the properties with us, right, and to see firsthand the improvements that are made. They are meaningfully better and different than they have been in decades and decades, and we're proud of that work. We stand by our work. We, as I had mentioned to you all when I was last given the opportunity to speak in front of the commission, the work was slated for the end of this year. It is still slated to be completed by the end of this year. We are on track, despite the fact that we are dealing with some of the issues, such as elevator modernizations, components coming in, timeframes that we don't control, but we are on the phone daily, right, with the elevator contractors, right, ensuring that they are doing what we need them to do. And same thing with all of the other contractors and subcontractors that are working every day on the site to continue the commitment and improvements that we've dedicated to making for the residents, for the community, for Augusta.
Ms. Ryan, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you making that noted to the community and to your residents, and we appreciate you being here today. Commissioner Catherine Smith-Rice, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have 1 or 2 people, if y'all don't mind, that have come down here today, and I told one of them I'd let him speak. He and I have been back and forth talking about the Bon Air for a couple of years and Richmond Summit, and I just wanted to get permission.
Mr. Mayor, just if we could object, I mean, if
Okay.
other people are going to be called as witnesses, it sounds like we would be moving into a hearing, which we're sort of, I think the motion on the floor is, or the topic on the floor rather, is sort of a wait and see approach. If we move into a formal hearing, we would like, to be given the protections and rights that would be afforded as such.
Attorney Madden, is that deemed appropriate?
That is accurate. I think at this point, the hearing has not actually started yet. It's more of a conversation.
Okay.
If we'd like to move into that, we could have a hearing at this time, which would allow us to call witnesses. They could call their own witnesses, have testimony, cross-examine these witnesses, but I think it would be the general will of the body first to see how they wish to proceed before we start. We can always take a vote, and then after the vote, you can hear from folks.
You got it. Commissioner Rice, you've asked that, for consideration of a stern warning.
Absolutely.
Pending the outcome of the pledged changes and improvements from this body. Would you be more inclined to put a warning in place, or would you want to just conduct a hearing today? What would be?
You know, most of the people did come here expecting a hearing. I see a lot of heads shaking in here. So I'm gonna do what, raise your hands if you think we need a hearing, people. Okay, that's the majority of, let's go ahead with a hearing.
All right, so Attorney Madden, do we have to vote to move forward with a hearing?
The notice was set for the hearing
Notice
for
is set
today.
right here. Well, let's proceed with a hearing. All right, Commissioner Rice, you mentioned the opportunity of.
If we'd start,
Yes, sir.
I'd target 2 o'clock.
Okay.
If we're going to conduct this hearing, I'd like to maybe recommend calling law enforcement. You'd like to hear from code enforcement, and then maybe a limited number of witnesses or residents.
Yes, sir. All right.
And Mr. Mayor, we do have, for the record, we would like to we have several objections we'd like to lodge and have be made part of the record before the hearing commences, if we are in fact going to move into a hearing phase.
Okay, sir, please note those objections, please.
Yes, sir. First, we object to the lack of due process in the notice itself. This hearing was initiated by a July 15th, 2025 letter authored by Chevette Vassar, Interim Director of the Augusta Planning and Development Department. I'd like to introduce that into the record. I'll put it on the document cam if we could put it up.
Yes.
Please. But we would like that. I don't know how the commission would like these introduced, by number, letter, or just generally. But we would like this document introduced as the notice we received formally, putting us on notice of the hearing. Of course, the date originally was July 22nd. That was continued to today. First off, the notice was not addressed to the correct entity. I believe the Code of Ordinances requires written notice to the holder of the business license, which in this case, it's actually two holders of two licenses. One is to the Bon Air Apartments LP, and one is to the Richmond Summit Apartment LP. This general notice was sent to the non-holder Redwood, which is not the holder of either license, so we would object on behalf of both of those entities who are the actual licensee holders of the business tax certificate. Second, the notice is deficient in substance. The notice does not contain a written statement of reasons as to why the licenses should be in jeopardy. With respect to two sections that are cited in the notice, and I won't introduce this, but I can certainly show it just to you for reference. This is just a part of the applicable part of the Code of Ordinances, which this notice and this hearing has been summoned to us on. It provides that this body may place on probation, revoke, and or suspend or deny a business tax certificate after a finding of due cause under two different subsections, 2-1-38A6 and 2-1-38A7. With respect to the allegation that we somehow failed to supervise in 2-1-38A6, the notice, which I'll put up here, very short, fails to provide any details as to what violation specifically has occurred, who the license holder failed allegedly to adequately supervise, whether that person was an employee, a patron, another person on the subject premises. The notice fails to provide any details as to why any supervision was inadequate. The notice fails to provide any details as to when the city notified us first of such an alleged inadequacy of supervision. And we would argue that the ordinance in itself is unconstitutionally vague, at the very least, as applied in this matter. Second, with respect to the nuisance ordinance, that's section 2-1-38A7, that ordinance, we believe, requires a hearing before license and inspection that there is, in fact, a nuisance as defined under the code 41-2-17 and the Augusta Municipal Code 7-2-1, but no hearing has happened. In fact, to my knowledge, license and inspection who would be approving the construction improvements in either or both of these properties has not had any sort of revocations of building permits or things like that. that would cause work to stop or much less to find a nuisance. No notice of nuisance was provided as required by the ordinance, and that's in the ordinance code section 7-2-3. I'm not sure that, because we don't know what it is, the alleged nuisance, I don't think that that could constitute a nuisance. And certainly there's been a failure, because we don't know what the nuisance allegedly is, there's been a failure to provide us an opportunity to cure it. Finally, there's no due cause because there's no documented and cited violation of any laws or ordinances in this case. Normally, in the case of a revocation or a suspension of a business license, that goes through an underlying process, either through a sub-hearing before one of the committees or in a court hearing in a magistrate or civil court setting. That has not been done here. Finally, we have some due process objections. We object just to due process of the hearing. We failed to be provided in advance of any evidence that would be presented or considered, failed to be provided in advance of any list of witnesses so we could prepare rebuttal, failed to be provided in advance any rules that would govern these proceedings today or the order of testimony, any time limits, or any again, several things have been said anecdotally, and if they continue, we would maintain that many of these statements would constitute what would be in a court unreliable and inadmissible hearsay. I know we're not in a court today, but these things do not afford us basic due process that the Constitution of both our country and our state provide, and so we want to lodge those specific objections prior to beginning any hearing in this matter.
Thank you, Attorney Long. Attorney Matton, based on what we've heard from Attorney Long, are we prepared to move forward with a hearing today?
We are prepared to move forward on the hearing subject to 2-1-38A6 under proper notice has been provided to. We'll start with the bon air.
All right, current our attorney, we're prepared to move forward. There's no objection to any of these?
All his objections are noted.
Okay, all right.
For clarification, Mr. Mayor, that is Mr. Matton, that's, we're only proceeding prepared pursuant to section 2-1-38A6, not A7.
Correct, just for the public safety.
Understand.
Okay. Commissioner Rice.
Maintain our objections for the record.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Rice, we have been given the authorization to move forward with a hearing. Madam, you mentioned that there's someone that you need to call forward.
I did. I was going to allow the Sheriff's Department to speak, and I have one or two that wanted to speak that had come down here today.
All right, we're going to kind of keep it limited because we're short on time.
I know we got a lot going on, too. I realize that. So I wanted to hear from Richmond County Sheriff's Office.
Mr. Mayor, again, I must lodge an objection. I mean, if Ms. Rice is controlling the calling and questioning of witnesses and also serving as an adjudicator, she is in fact prosecutor and judge and jury in this matter. Again, we want our due process noted, objections noted, that I don't think in a hearing the case can be simultaneously prosecuted and adjudicated by the same person.
Right, that's fine. I will call either Chief Blanchard or Deputy Rhodes.
Okay. All right, Chief Blanchard, we're going to have law enforcement, code enforcement, and a very limited amount of citizens. Chief Blanchard. Sir, we all know who you are, but for the record, you got to state who you are, who you represent, sir.
Chief Lewis Blanchard, representing Sheriff Eugene Brantley of the Richmond County Sheriff's Office.
The floor is yours, Chief.
Before we get started, let me just ask you a few questions. Can you all hear me okay? All right, Chief Blanchard, you had an opportunity to visit the Bon Air apartment building recently?
Yes, sir. We went Monday.
Okay. What was the purpose of that?
They asked us to give security advice in regards to what needed to be done to ensure that the place was safe and secure as much as possible.
Okay. And based on that walkthrough, can you report to the commission what was noted, what your recommendations were, and then in the end, we're going to follow back up with possibly some the past issues that the sheriff's office has had with the Bon Air?
Sure. So we started outside. We went around from the beginning of the property all the way around to the back and then back around to the front. We noticed some various challenges in regards to fencing in some areas. However, At this time, they have stated that they will be placing up fencing. They will have gates at all of their entrances and exits, which will use key fobs. We've expressed concerns over what other apartment complexes have done, but it's kind of out of your control. If somebody uses a key fob and a second car comes in, there's only so much that you can do. We gave them alternatives with cameras and the use of AI technology, which they said their new camera system would have, and that they would be using that to the best of their ability. They've also asked us to assist in regards to allowing flock cameras to be utilized. We can allow that. They would be the ones paying for it, so that would immediately alert us of any vehicles that are on our wanted list. Or in the event that anything occurred there, it would be into our flock system, so we could use those vehicles to track them down throughout the county with our 192 flock cameras that we currently have in this county.
Before we move on, maybe could you explain to the commission and to myself exactly how a flock camera works?
So a flock camera basically gets the tag number, and if it's wanted for something, it sends out an alert to our deputies and lets us know that a vehicle just passed through that area. So for example, a bolo goes out on somebody, a murder suspect or a stolen vehicle. If that vehicle passes one of our flock cameras, it tells dispatch and all of our deputies exactly where that vehicle is and sends us a vehicle description so that we can then apprehend it. It's been very, very beneficial to the sheriff's office. Excuse me. They showed us floor by floor. They showed us the cameras for outside. They also showed us floor by floor, where they have cameras in each of the entrances and exits, which are a primary concern, making sure the hallways are covered and making sure that the elevators will be covered. Those are all suggestions of ours. And as we explained, we can only do this as a consultant. Those aren't laws that they have to meet. We're just telling them what we think is best and go from there. So from key fobs to fencing, we also offered to agree to allow them to tie their camera systems into our real-time crime center, which we have started this year, so that if something does happen, we can see in real time what is going on and we can advise the deputy. So for example, with Commissioner Jordan's scenario that he discussed earlier, you have a white male with a red shirt and black pants and he's got a handgun. Our dispatchers can then relay to the officers as they are observing what's going on to the responding officers, what they see. The biggest thing that we think is the biggest improvement for them, and we agree wholeheartedly, whether it's us, Sizemore, or some other private company, is they currently now have 24/7 security. 24/7 security with a person on the premises solves a lot of our problems. We responded to 342 calls for service so far this year at that location. Many of those are things such as noise complaints. If you start with security and the complaint can be solved, 24 is 336, 25 is 342, sorry. If you start with security and they can solve some of those problems and they aren't needing to call the sheriff's office, they would call the sheriff's office for things like fight in progress, trespassers, and things of that nature. So we have offered that. They've also offered to provide us a room as a substation. However, as we explained, we don't use substations anymore. We keep our officers in the field, in the cars with their mobile data terminals, and they actually work from their cars. We just don't have offices to sit around in, and we don't have enough people to do that anymore. But they are willing. So from our point of view, so long as they do everything they say they're going to do, and it appears that they are working towards that, then it does seem like it will be a great improvement from our point of view.
Thank you, Chief Blanchard.
Chief Blanchard, just a quick question. As far as the multiple access door at the Bon Air.
So what we suggested there and what they're already doing, we asked them to take it one step further. Their multiple access doors will now require a key fob to enter. A big problem with key fobs and with any types of doors or security like that is people are going to go stick a rock in the door, they're going to stick something there, and it's going to, those security's defeated. So what we suggested is that when that door stays open for a certain period of time, whether that's 90 seconds, 2 minutes, it alerts via cell phone to their security. So their security can then go check it out. Originally, I think they had it set up going to their camera control system, in another state, and then could contact security. We were just trying to cut the process, which they agreed with. We were trying to cut the process to where it makes it quicker to identify where a security breach has occurred.
Based on the walkthrough and your communications with Redwood, do you think it's feasible to have all this completed by?
I'll say there's things that we're attempting to do at the sheriff's office that delay. I mean, we ordered radar detectors the other day and they're 6 months behind schedule. I can't really answer that question because so many things right this minute take so much longer, just like you mentioned, to park for an elevator. I think they're trying, but in all honesty, there's a lot of things that you just can't get right this moment for various reasons.
Going back to the security guard issue, what is the current situation at Bon Air as far as security guards?
My understanding is 24 people, 2 people 24/7, which basically allows somebody to be at the front desk when people are coming in and then somebody to be physically on the property to go and check alarms, watch cameras, do those types of things.
Security guards are armed, unarmed, or you not have them?
The security guards that we observed yesterday were armed, or Monday were armed.
Mr. Long?
Yes, sir. Chief Lewis, you mentioned that during your walkthrough yesterday, additional fencing of the back parking lot, gates that were controlled by a key fob, and flock cams were things that were in progress or being planned, improvements by at the Bon Air?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the flock cams, is that something you suggested? That's actually something they suggested, correct?
No, they suggested they just have to get permission from us to actually use flock cameras that will notify the sheriff's office, which we said we'd work with them on.
Okay, but the idea of having
The idea
those,
came from them.
The idea came from them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And there, at the end of the walkthrough, was there any suggestion or recommendation you made that they were not receptive to or had not already made plan for?
No, they agreed to pretty much everything that we said.
Okay, and in fact, most of those suggestions were already things that they represented to you, like a gate or fencing. Hey, that's something they've ordered. It's in the works.
In most cases, I would say yes.
Okay. Now, and you mentioned that they had offered to provide a room for deputies or a substation in the past.
Right.
When in the past did they offer?
Well, not in the
that?
past, on Monday.
Okay. Are you aware that they had also offered that in the past?
We were told that they talked to a deputy about that last year, but that's a deputy, not,
Okay. And then you mentioned that there were 342 calls for service. Now, are you aware that we did an open records request to determine just how many calls for service there were this year, and were only provided by Sean Rhodes a number of 92, with 40 actually resulting in a response?
I sent them the intel information with the 342 calls for service.
But you don't actually have details on any of.
We can provide details on every single call, and we discussed that.
Okay. But you don't have that today.
We can basically break it down from what was abuse, administrative alarms, checks, assaults, sexual assaults, and things of that nature. Yes, we do have it right in front of me.
And so, but some of those included things like traffic accidents, right?
6.
Okay. Some of those included things like domestic abuse between two citizens.
We're not trying to use the stats for or against you. We're just telling you the stats.
Well, but isn't that correct that those stats included a lot of things that are outside the scope of housing?
There are 342 calls for service. There's no apartment complex in Augusta that we respond to that often, if that's what you're asking. In regards to are there calls that can occur anywhere? Absolutely, there are.
So is it your testimony that there was a response for each of those 342 alleged occurrences? An officer responded on site at the Bon Air?
Yes.
Okay. We would just note for the record that was inconsistent with what's been provided for us by some of your colleagues. Now, who was on the walkthrough from your department yesterday morning?
We had Sean Rhodes, Hal Hitchcock, Major Silas, myself.
Major Silas, what is his name for the record?
Major Robbie Silas.
Okay, and I will show you what's been posted on a public forum as a statement by Mr. Silas this morning. There's that post, we'll read it into the record. Did a walkthrough of this place today with many representatives. Work is in progress to upgrade the facility to include cameras, around-the-clock security, landscape, and more. They've removed 26 tenants since January for violating their lease. With partnerships to include law enforcement, we will make this a better place for the residents that want a nice place to live and for its neighbors. A long way to go, but today I am seeing progress. Is that consistent with your take of the property that day?
You know, for the most part, but that's Robbie's personal opinion on his personal Facebook page.
Okay.
Yeah.
He made this as a public post in response to an article published by the
You'd have
Augusta
to speak
Press.
with him. That's his personal opinion.
So does that not reflect the
I said it's mostly
opinions of
accurate.
the department?
I would say that if you're asking an open-ended question, it appears that you're heading in the right direction, but we've responded there 342 times this year, which is greatly excessive compared to anywhere else in this county.
So let me ask you this, is there a specific call that you can point to where Redwood failed to supervise a specific employee, patron, or other person?
If I went through a lot of documents, I'm sure I could find something. I didn't know that I was coming here today to do that.
But as you stand here today, are you able to do that?
I mean, I can say that there's, let's see, 92 disturbance and noise complaints. So if it's repeated, and again, I don't know, but if there are any of them that were repeated, but again, they seem to be heading in the right direction.
I just need I'm sorry, but I do need to press you for an answer on this. You don't have a specific person, employee, or patron or other person that Redwood has allegedly failed to supervise, that you can identify as you stand here right now without looking at other documents?
No, I would have to have all the other records.
Thank you.
Chief Blanchard, just to follow up on the reports and the number of generated calls from the Bon Air. Is it true that every time the deputy responds to a call, that not a report is written, correct?
No, a report is not written every single time. For example, you could have a call where you're responding to juveniles causing trouble. If the juveniles are gone, there's not a report that's going to be written. And there's several instances of that situation. Personally responded to a call not long ago where there was trouble on the 4th floor, but when we got there, we couldn't find the trouble, and there's no report that's generated.
Nothing further.
Just one follow-up. So not all these calls were necessarily substantiated.
You mean, were we able to verify if the person who called 911 was telling the truth?
Or that something a violation of law had happened?
Well, a disturbance isn't necessarily a violation of law either. It could be kids running in the stairwells. I mean, there's all kinds of different scenarios that go on.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Chief Blanchard.
Thank you.
Attorney Matton?
Nothing further from him.
Nothing further. All right.
Thank you, Chief Blanchard.
Would like next to call Alex Rainey.
Alex Rainey. Who's Alex Rainey? Well, I'll let him tell who he represents. Thank you, sir.
How are you?
Good. Sir,
see y'all.
For the record, we need your name and address and who you represent.
My name's Alex Rainey, and I represent the city of Augusta today.
Okay.
Right. Address, please.
Sir,
Address.
3127 Exeter Road.
Thanks, sir.
For years, I've driven past the Bon Air, up and down the streets. I've lived here all my life. I've seen it go down and down and down and down and down. And one day I decided to reach out to my commissioner, Miss Smith, Commissioner Smith. And I said, you know what? Something's got to be done about this. She got on it immediately. And throughout the process of Redwood buying the property, I've noticed ups and downs I'm a real estate investor. I notice up and downs when you get into a property. It's not easy. Like they were stating, you got to wait X and Y, Z amount of times for stuff. But the problem here is I don't see any actual, my question is, why is it taking so long? Because the government's done giving you money to do it. And it's not just about your business or the building itself or what it looks like on the outside. It's about the living conditions on the inside. And are you working hard enough? I'm speaking to you, Mr. CEO.
Sir, you address the chair.
Oh, sorry.
Chair.
You addressed the chair directly.
Excuse me.
You mentioned earlier that you represent the city. I don't think you represent the city, sir. Who do you represent? Are you a homeowner?
I'm representing myself.
Are you a homeowner that lives in the?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I live in the community.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You direct.
All right. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'm speaking for just the citizens of the value of that historic building and all of the things that they are not doing to create value for itself and everybody else in the community.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to object to this sort of line of unsolicited testimony. I'm not sure how it's relevant to the specific statute at issue.
Attorney Mann.
Sir, do you have any specific knowledge regarding the Bon Air or any?
Yeah, speaking with, hearing Chief talk about it, all those crimes that.
Do you yourself have any specific?
Oh, no, I was just speaking for,
Okay, sir, unfortunately, we're not going to allow you to continue, okay?
yeah, that's okay.
With that. Thank you so much. All right, Attorney Matton, I'm not sure how productive we will be here today based on the amount of time that we have. I'm going to turn it over the floor to Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Commissioner Rice.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems like we are, I did want to have a hearing, but it's going to be, we could be here all night, and we do have a commission meeting to move to that was supposed to start 20 minutes ago. I'm going to do this. Can I make a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
May I make a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My motion was going to be to come here today and put y'all on probation, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a motion to put harsh warning, to have a warning put on through the end of November to make sure security is in place. Is Mr. Dukes present? He is? Mr. Dukes, hey, we spoke a couple, 2 months ago when you were here at the podium? Yes, sir. Anyway, you told me we would get done, that this would be done by the end of November. I'd like to say that we come back here on December 2nd and make sure that all that was said that was going to get done is done. Phase 2, security cameras everywhere, taken care of like the sheriff was saying. I mean, not sheriff, but Chief Blanchard, that we have all that in place to make sure that our residents and citizens are safe, and that we come back here, we are giving you a harsh, I say a warning. This is a warning. Make a motion to approve that we come back December 2nd, and if what hasn't been done by November, the end of November, that we have heard that y'all said you were going to do, then we move to probation.
So to be clear, the motion would be to continue their license as is without probation, suspension, revocation, to ask the clerk to put this on the December 2nd agenda for an update from Redwood as to phase 1 and phase 2 projects and the status of both, on both the Bon Air as well as the Richmond Summit?
Yes, both, please. I'm not kicking the can y'all down the street, because I will, like I said, today I would sit up here and say, I want to put y'all on probation and through the end of November to make sure that your work is going to get done, that everybody is going to be safe, and that measures are going to be in place, security inside and outside, and that the living conditions are going to get better. However, I'm a fair person, and I will work through November. And I know you're the attorney Jack Long, and I know that we might talk here and there, and you live in the area. But yeah, and so I want to make sure that if we come back in December and nothing has been done that y'all have said you were going to do, Mr. Dukes. I talked to y'all yesterday when I was walking through. If it isn't done by the end of November, I see that there is no other option but to put y'all on probation. Bottom line. And I know you're looking at me funny. That's fine. But this has got to stop. If we allow this, we're allowing every other place in Augusta. We can't. We want to be a better place. We want to be a better Augusta, Georgia. And the way to do that is you got to hold people, business owners, accountable. And I want to do that, and I'm sure my colleagues as well want to see the best. I know they do. So I'm going to go with I'm going to make a motion for a warning to come back here December 2nd, our last meeting of the year. And if the work hasn't been completed, phase 2, with the exception of a little part or two from the elevator, okay, I understand, but most of it, security that y'all talked about, the bells and whistles, the padlocks, the flock cameras, all that, make sure we got that up just in time for Christmas. So everybody's having a good Christmas, and all the lights are lit up at Bon Air, and everybody has good air conditioning and heat. Can we do that? Can I put a motion?
So to be clear, the motion would be to continue their business certificates as is for both the Bon Air and the Richmond Summit with the hearing being concluded today, and task the clerk to place this back on the December 2nd agenda for follow-up to confirm the status of Phase 1 and Phase 2.
Phase 1 and Phase 2 need to be done.
With a warning noted or without a warning noted?
There's a warning right now that we're,
Mr. Mayor, we would like just to note that if this matter is to come back, that the hearing would not necessarily be concluded. We would still be entitled to a hearing before the commission took an adverse action against the tax certificate.
That's correct. The hearing, the December 2nd agenda would just be an update as a normal agenda item, but not be a public hearing.
It would not be a public hearing, and that if the board, wanted to explore some sanction, that we would then be entitled to notice and due process in a hearing.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion on the floor by the commissioner from the 3rd. Is there a second?
Second.
It's a second by Commissioner Tanya Barnhill-Turnley. Commissioner from the 3rd, I see you in the queue, or you need to add anything additional, or are we prepared to vote?
just make sure we're ready to come back on December 2nd and everything is done with the Phase 2 that they said that they promised that they would have done.
All right, colleagues are ready to vote. Let's vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, both attorneys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not used to seeing my clerk of the commission here. Ms. McFarley, you going to publish the vote? Okay. All right, that motion passes 10-1, with Commissioner Johnson voting no, Commissioner Pulliam yes, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice yes, Commissioner Turnley yes, Commissioner Clark yes, Commissioner Tony Lewis yes, Commissioner Tina Slendak yes, Commissioner Brandon Garrett yes, Commissioner Francine Scott yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle yes, and the mayor voting yes. So that motion passes. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate you being here today. Just note that we're working in the best interest of the community and the residents at these properties. Our work is not done. We have some deliverables that will be made by the ownership of Redwood Properties. They've given us their word. We're going to give them an opportunity to deliver upon that. Thank you guys for being here. This session is hereby adjourned.
There's no word on Maxwell House at all? I know. People who live in those facilities, move our facility makes it worse. Y'all didn't even speak on this.
Y'all House is here. Okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. As I understand, we got one more hearing for the Maxwell House. Sit tight. Just sit tight. Sit tight. Sit tight. You got it. Okay. Because somebody said the All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you were here for the Redwood Bonaire Richmond Summit, make your way to the exit. If you're here from Maxwell House, sit tight. We're going to start here in less than 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate your patience. This is the second part of our hearing today. This is for the Maxwell House, Augusta, Georgia. And let me remind you again, this is the Lee N. Beard Commission Chambers. Outbursts will not be allowed. We're going to be respectful in these chambers. We're going to let everybody talk. We're not going to talk over anybody. And everybody who needs to speak will be given the opportunity. With that being said, Ms. McFarley, I call the session to order. Attorney Manton.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, good afternoon. This is the public hearing for the business certificate for the Maxwell House Apartments, 1002 Green Street. They're represented by counsel today, Mr. Peter Monk, and he is here to ask the commission to address the commission to give them an update on what has occurred at the Maxwell House since the last hearing, and the steps have been made and the plan going forward for the Maxwell House as well. We also have code enforcement and law enforcement if you'd like to hear from them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meek. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address and who you represented, and you're going to have the floor, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the commission. It's a pleasure to be before you. Name is Peter Monk.
Mr. Monk.
With the law firm of Nelson, Mullins, Riley, and Scarborough. Address is 201 17th Street in Atlanta, Georgia. Happy to be before you today.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you. I am here on behalf of Maxwell House, LLC. Joining me in a spirit of cooperation and full transparency is Mr. Hugh Jacobs, an executive vice president for the property, and also Jamie Williamson, a vice president for the property. And we're pleased for the opportunity to be before you, and we thank the county and the county attorney's office for the cooperation and for the good dialogue that we've had on these matters so far. Just a little bit of background about Maxwell House. Maxwell House had control over the property change in 2021. And at that time, or since that time, approximately $2.5 million has been invested in the property, making significant improvements, particularly as to securities, addressing some vulnerabilities that existed there in 2021 and have been improved since then. The commission recently enumerated certain concerns about the state of repair of the property. It was on July 23rd that Maxwell House provided the commission with a very specific action plan, listing each concern and a target completion date. Maxwell House, since that time, and so that's been 10 odd days, 11, 12 days, has provided almost daily updates concerning these specific areas of concern. These include elevator repairs, cleaning schedule, trash pickup, window inspection, HVAC issues, pest control matters. Also some concerns with the parking enforcement, fire alarm inspection, and fire sprinkler inspection. And I'm pleased to say, as reflected in emails almost daily sent to members of code enforcement and also to some members of this commission, that Maxwell House is making very good progress toward those. There are a few open cases about individual units in the property, but by and large, considerable progress has been made. And it's in that spirit that we come here today to provide an update as to that situation and to address any issues that the commission has about the current state of affairs. We think we've been transparent and open, and our presence here with representatives of the company, I think, reflects that. We're happy to answer any questions that the commission may have about progress, but in the final analysis, what we're asking for is that no action be taken concerning the business license. Now, as similar to Mr. Long, I have many legal objections and other matters that we will absolutely go into. But at this time, I think I will take direction from Mr. Manton. If we intend to move forward with the hearing, I'm happy to put all of those objections into the record. They've already been stated in a letter that we sent yesterday to Mr. Manton. We have individuals here available to answer questions if that is what the commission deems most appropriate. But otherwise, happy to be here.
Thank you, Attorney Monk. I do have one colleague in the queue, Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first. Attorney Madden, would it be appropriate to go to Commissioner Johnson first, or is there anything?
I think at this point, it's just a discussion.
Just a discussion.
I think it's fine. Just have a question and answer, answer any questions that they feel they would like to answer. I think it's appropriate for the commissioners at this time to ask questions.
Thank you, Attorney Madden. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. What, your name again, please?
It's Monk.
Monk.
Monk,
Okay,
yes.
Nice to meet you, Monk. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
What plans do you all have for renovations similar to what's happening at the Bon Air in the Max Richmond Summit?
Yeah, so in terms of go-forward renovations, that's a topic that I would turn over to our Executive Vice President, Mr. Jacobs,
Okay.
who can provide a little more detail
Wonderful.
on those issues.
Mr. Jacobs, for the record, sir, we need your name and address. Who you represent?
I'm Hugh Jacobs, Executive Vice President with Maxwell House Apartments, and I'm from Jupiter, Florida.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Johnson, thank you for your question. And it's a fair question to ask. Just so you know, we have not engaged in a significant rehabilitation of the property as these former properties have that just came and discussed before you. We purchased the property with the intent. First of all, let me make sure that you understand, we being the owners of Maxwell House Apartments at this time are two nonprofit organizations that are in the affordable housing industry. And both of us, we are in the business of affordable housing because we care about the individuals. We care about those who need a place to live and need a good place to live. And so the apartments and communities that we tend to, that we manage, that we own, we make sure that they have all of the standard equipment, all of the things that they would need to be able to call their place decent, safe, and sanitary. And so we have looked at Maxwell House that way. We came in 2001 with the intent that we would look at whether we could rehab and sustain the property and affordable housing for many good years to come. We initially looked at it as a re-syndication or rehab, and we began to do the analysis and talk with different government entities, including the state of Florida, state of Georgia, and so forth. But it didn't seem feasible at that time to move forward with a rehabilitation of the property. So we began then to look at the property as how can we manage it on an as-is basis until at some future point it made sense to look at it again to do a rehab or re-syndication. We know that some properties, such as the ones that we may have just heard from, have obtained funding from the city or from the housing authority or something like that. We recently met with the Housing Authority of Augusta and asked them what was their capacity to be able to assist with this property. And they told us that as much as they would love to, they have their own properties that they have to tend to as well, and that they are seeking funds for themselves to be able to do that. They recommended at that time that we come and talk to the city. We've not done that yet, but that is on the horizon, is that we would in fact look at all opportunities to be able to rehab and rehabilitate the property. In the meanwhile, our intent is that we will continue to tend to it and that we will continue to manage it in a way that, as we said, people have a decent, safe, and sanitary place to live. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Decent, safe, and sanitary. Those are interesting ways to describe what you like for the folks at the Maxwell House, and I hope that those are values that we can hold you to. I'll share with you. When I was in middle school, my mother used to tend to a patient in the Maxwell House. And the only thing that I can really remember going to the Maxwell House when I was in middle school was how unsafe I felt and the terrible smell that I smelled going into the lobby and on the floors. Now that I'm on the commission and I've gone to the Maxwell House as a commissioner, the smell is still the same as it was when I was in middle school, Mr. Jacobs. So my concern for the residents at the Maxwell House, I will say that it is secure. I cannot get in and roam your building, all right? But it is gross, and I don't mean to be rude, or I just want to cut straight with you. The fact that the smell, when you walk into the building, literally takes your breath away, at least that's my take. It takes my breath away. It concerns me about everything else in the building. And then I did a walkthrough a few months ago with the fire department and the sheriff's office and a few other folks. And when I went into the rooms, I mean, I saw rats, like rats. They looked like little kittens. They were huge. And if I didn't see the rats, I saw their dinner left behind, you know? And so my biggest concern for the folks living at the Maxwell House is that you all are going to begin cleaning the building up just to give them somewhere decent and sanitary to live. I went into one apartment and a gentleman was getting ready to go to work, and we heard ramblings in the wall, and it was coming from behind his bed where he laid his head, and literally you could see the hole in the wall where the rats have chewed, and you can see where they were coming in and out. He's sleeping on that. So my concerns for the other property was the security. My concerns at the Maxwell House is the sanitation, is the cleanliness. We went into one unit, and I forgot who I was with, but I don't think they're in the chambers today. We went into one unit, and you could barely open the door because the tenant had so much stuff just piled up in the unit, clothes and dirty dishes and food cans, and I mean, the room smelled just as worse as the building itself. So another concern that I have mentioned in that portion is the concerns of just general inspections in the building. Because if I'm a tenant that's taking care of my property, but I'm living next door to someone who's not, then quite naturally, their rats and their stuff is going to come over into my units. And so plans for safety, plans for sanitation and cleanliness, plans for inspection. And I asked that the Housing Authority be here, so I want to thank Doug for being here. Doug, you've always been open and willing to come talk to us. Thank you. I know that there's some units that you all have in the Maxwell House as well, so I just want to get clarity on plans for inspections there. If someone is not keeping up their unit, and if it's as junky as the one that I went into, that person needs to go because they're bothering other residents. And then secondly, what is your plan to at least rip up the carpet and put something new down? Now, I will tell you, when I was there, I saw someone cleaning the carpet, but that's like mopping with a dirty mop. I mean, it's just not going to happen. You're just wetting the floor. So anyhow, what are your plans for sanitation and cleanliness, and what are your plans for inspecting units so that we can start cleaning up what's wrong there? I mean, I don't ever want to propose that folks be evicted, but if they're not doing their part, I mean, if I owned the home and I had a dirty tenant, they're out of there. So like, what's the plan there?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate your concern, and we appreciate you feeling comfortable to express those to us. And we hope that we can build a relationship with all of you, that you would be willing to express your concerns, and we can do something about them. And we mean that to the residents and to the community at large as well. So as I said, we're in the business because we do care about the people who care that they have a place to live. And rats or rodents, we are taking care of that. We have, in fact, had pest control ever since we started control of this property 3 or 4 years ago, and we've had them come weekly, but we have recognized that it's not getting the job done. So what we've begun to do now, what we did do, in fact, is we reached out to another organization that also does pest control, a nationally recognized name, and we have signed a contract with them that they'll come back out. They will close all the holes, or they'll help us close the holes. They'll put in traps, bait stations, all these kind of things that you need, and we'll ensure that that gets done. In addition to that, we're educating the residents, as you talked about. Some of those are attracting the rodents, and we're making sure that they will know what to do in their own units. And now with regard to whether we evict people or not, whether there's hoarding or any of that kind of stuff, is one thing that we have to be a little bit careful about, because Maxwell House and many affordable housing communities are basically a place for people who have mental deficiencies or a disability of some sort. And we have to be careful that we don't discriminate against people who have a disability that leads to hoarding. With that said, we certainly do have some measures that we can take with people who are hoarding or who are leaving a mess. We can train them, we can educate them on what things they can do to make sure that the rats or the rodents don't continue. And then eventually, as needed, with appropriate measures in place, we can in fact evict some individuals, and we will do that. As you said, we don't want to make that the first resort. We like to educate, we like to take care of whatever part of the problem we can take care of, and then we'll work on these other issues.
Yeah, I mean, I like what I'm hearing, but I'm no exterminator. But I do know that if I put down a few traps that in a building like the Maxwell House, that's just not going to work.
No, it's not. And when I say They're going to put down traps and bait stations and things like that. That's an abbreviation of a comprehensive plan. They're going to be very aggressive in what they do.
Are there any plans to temporarily relocate people while you go in and just bomb the place? I mean, I know the Richmond Summit did that, and it worked. So, I mean, is there any plan to just invest one good time in going in and going into cracks, man?
Well,
I mean, it is. I don't think that traps are going to be
well, again,
sufficient.
I appreciate your suggestion. We've reached out to this national firm, and we believe they know what they're doing. We're going to take their advice and go with what they have to say, but certainly we'll reserve what you just said. And if it need be to relocate, to bomb, I don't know enough about extermination to say whether that's the best measure or not. But if that's what it takes, then we'll certainly work with them to do
Yeah,
that.
and if I could add one thing to that, that's actually been considered bombing. Also, another consideration has been sending dogs in, which is apparently another way to address this problem. So this is the third vendor that we're on, and we consider it to be the most aggressive action. So, and it's a reputable national pest control service, and so, you know, we're leaning on their expertise to determine that this is the best way to approach it.
I want to hear from law enforcement just very briefly. I know we have a commission meeting to go into, but I want to hear from them on what they've seen, code enforcement, and I guess his body can make a decision from there. But I am not, and this is no knock on you all, I am not as confident here as I was in the prior hearing, although I still voted no, because I just don't, you know, I need to see action, right? So I want to have a quick hearing. I don't want to be here for another hour and a half talking about this, but I do want to make sure that we are on the same page with what we're expecting at the Maxwell House. This is their first time coming before the commission, and I think that is unique. It absolutely has merit that it's their first time coming here versus the Richmond Summit and Maxwell House. Bon Air multiple times. So there may be some wiggle room to play around with, but I definitely want to hear from some of the folks who've walked the building and what the.
All right, and Commissioner Johnson is asked to hear from law enforcement as well as code enforcement. Attorney Madden.
We'll call those witnesses, but just for the record, we did receive letters from Mr. Monk yesterday regarding their objections, and I would just ask the commission to agree to allow us to submit that letter to the clerk just for part of the record to preserve any objections they may have.
Please.
Is that suitable to you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manton. And I actually have a copy of the letter here that I would like to introduce into the record, and also just read into the record generally what our objections are, because this is important to make sure we're reserving rights if we are introducing.
Ms. McFarley, can we make sure that letter gets up? Do you have a copy of it, or?
I do have a copy of it, yes.
So the public can see that letter.
This is a copy that I did not staple it, I apologize. But in broad strokes, I'm sorry, are you putting it up there? Oh.
Okay, Mr. Monk.
Yes, and so I want to direct the commission and the public to page 3 of this letter. I'm sure that's very easy for everyone to read, right? But we'll have a full copy in the record for certain. But just briefly to go over these, just to ensure we're reserving all right. As Mr. Jacobs explained, this property is owned and controlled by 2 501c3 properties. These are charitable nonprofit organizations which utilize at least 50% of their proceeds for charitable purposes. And under the Code of Ordinances 2:1-2 subsection B10, it states that, or it defines a quote-unquote person to whom this business license or certificate or business tax certificate applies, specifically excludes charitable nonprofit organizations, such that we don't think that the discussion surrounding the license is legally appropriate in the context of this property. Further, the notice that was provided we would consider to be inadequate. It was provided to us on July 28th, so just a few days ago. We were not provided record of evidence that would be introduced against us witnesses that would be called. Further, it does not provide sufficient or adequate detail concerning the facts surrounding the charges to be brought or the alleged violations of the code ordinance. It does cite to 2138A6, which addresses failure to adequately supervise and monitor the conduct of employees, patrons, and others on the subject premises. In the enumeration of concerns from the commission, we have not heard that as a specific concern. So we would object to not being fully apprised of what the allegations are on that front. Similarly, another provision was 2138A7, which addresses circumstances where it is proven before the license and inspection department through a hearing that there is a violation of nuisance law, that license holders have been charged or convicted of a crime or moral turpitude, or when the health, morals, interests, and convenience of the public demand a suspension of such business certificate. And we don't think that any of those predicate issues have occurred. I'll rely on the remainder of the objections as written here, but bottom line, we don't think that the Code of Ordinances passes constitutional muster as not providing sufficient objective standards to satisfy due process, and we don't think that due cause has been proved in any way. And with that, we'll rely on our objections for the rest. Also noting that any evidence here that's provided, presumably is not adhering to rules of evidence or other necessary safeguards as required by due process of law under the federal and state constitutions.
Thank you, Attorney Monk. Attorney Manton.
Yes, we're ready to proceed at this time. Those objections are noted. We'd like to first call Mr. Bradley Benjamin.
All right, Mr. Benjamin. For the record, I need you to state your name and address, please. Your name and who you represent. I'm sorry, Mr. Benjamin.
Bradley Benjamin, the Code Enforcement Manager, Planning and Development.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Mr. Benjamin, have you had a chance to go to the Maxwell Apartments, I believe at 1002 Green Street?
Yes,
And when was the last time your office was there?
last Friday, follow-up inspection.
And when the initial inspections occurred, when did you first start going to the Maxwell House Apartments? Has it been a while that y'all been going there?
It's been a while. My first time going there was with the walkthrough with Commissioner Johnson, pending the commissioner's request.
And based on that walkthrough and that inspection, what did your office determine Maxwell House to be in violation of?
We came back with several cases, a lot of the common areas, and this was all predated the elevator incident and the fire.
Okay. When you say common, describe the violations you noticed?
Unsanitary conditions in the stairwells, the hallways, and some of the living areas. Then furthermore, there was inadequate AC in some of the rooms, and then also in the common areas, hallways, and the offices.
How did you determine there's inadequate air?
It was in excess of 80 degrees. The inspectors were visibly sweating, definitely uncomfortable to be in there.
Handheld, like a room?
No, we didn't have a thermal, no.
You mentioned that this was pre elevator?
Yes, they had a fire, I believe it was the 7th floor, and I think it was the 7th floor. I don't recall the actual floor. And then the fire suppression system kicked on, elevators went down to the bottom, and then due to the water damage, they became inoperable.
Wow.
So when was this? When did this occur?
This was in July, beginning of July. I don't have the exact date.
Since those initial inspections, and your office has been doing follow-ups, what can you report to the commission today as the status of Maxwell House Apartments as far as the stairwells, the common areas, the air conditioning, the elevators?
So I could start with what they have fixed. Both elevators are fixed, operational. The AC for the common areas have been fixed. The AC for the dwelling units have been fixed. They have 15 out of the 16 units have supplemental AC that needed supplemental AC. They fixed a roof in the leak, or a roof leak,
and they've hired, like the attorney said, a cleaning company to pick up the trash in the hallway. They've also cleaned up the parking lot outside. As for the cases, those all had subsequent cases that were closed as well. The only open things that I have, which I've been in direct communication with Mr. Sabel about, is the rodent control, cleaning of the hallways and stairwells, which still has a pungent odor, which is remnants of, I think, leftover trash. There's a couple broken and hanging light fixtures on several of the floors in the hallways, paint peeling on several floors. I think it was the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 10th. And then there's ongoing window replacement that I think started yesterday. And then, again, the trash smell.
Do you have a recommendation as far as the plans that they put into place to keep the Maxwell's apartments clean? Do you think that's sufficient? Carpets, and then we'll address the rodent issue at the end.
Yeah, I think they're on the right path. Again, the rodent issue, like you said, is an ongoing thing. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but I think that just a little bit more effort needs to be done. I don't think it's to the extent of, like Commissioner Johnson said, about mopping up a floor. I think there just needs to be professionally cleaned. The stairwells, they've had vast improvement from when I walked through the stairwells the first time with Commissioner Johnson. But I just think that I don't know if it's just remnants of the trash, but there's still definitely a pungent odor that hits you as soon as you walk into the stairwells.
As far as the rodent control, have you had a chance to see a copy of their plan with their new?
Yes, I have. And I met with one of the previous pest control people that they hired as well.
Do you think the new plan will be sufficient, or do you think it's a step in the right direction, or?
I think it's a step in the right direction. Can I say adequately that I think it's going to fix the situation? I'm not a pest expert, but I think it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Nothing further at this time.
Thank you, Attorney Madden. Attorney Monk, would you like to cross-examine this witness?
Yes, I would. And Mr. Benjamin, thank you, and thank you for all the work that you do for the county and city. I want to put a document here. This is a notice of revocation, probate, and right to appeal that has your signature on it. I'm just going to put this up.
Okay.
Mr. Benjamin, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a document that you sent under your letterhead to Maxwell House LLC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you provided any other notices concerning today's proceedings besides what you see on this paper here?
For this revocation?
For this revocation, for the proceedings we're here for today.
So this was emailed and then sent certified mail and regular mail.
Yeah, but there's no other letter that was sent putting them on notice of this hearing, correct? Besides what you see before you.
Correct.
You mentioned Mr. Sobel. Mr. Sobel is working on behalf of the property. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And fair to say you've had many communications with Mr. Sobel?
On a daily basis.
Okay, and what's the nature of those daily communications with Mr. Sobel?
He sends updates as to the status of the complex plan that they have in place.
Generally find those updates to be helpful?
And accurate.
Helpful and accurate. So you're saying Mr. Sobel's communications are helpful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and helpful to what end? What is the objective of these communications as you understand them?
To provide updates as they're progressing through their comprehensive plan.
Okay. And do you consider Mr. Sobel's communications to you to be adequate for purposes of you trying to understand what's happening at the property?
Yes, and to take that a step further, it also cues us into when we need to do follow-up inspections, and it helps navigate the scheduling of those.
Okay. And I haven't seen any communications where you've requested something, but Mr. Sobel has refused to provide it. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And just for the record, I want to put before you an email from Mr. Sobel. It's probably hard to read, but I'll represent to you in case you can't see it. That's a August 1st, 2025 email from Mr. Sabel to you and others. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see that there's a table underneath that?
Yes.
And have you seen that table before?
Yes, in every one of his emails.
Okay, and what does that table represent, to your knowledge?
The current update.
Okay, when you say you received almost daily updates from him, is this the nature of those updates, him providing a table with current progress of the issues?
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask you about statement from your letter. You'll see in there referenced ordinance section 2138A6. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then 2138A7. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that your understanding for the basis for being here today? Is revocation under those particular code statutes or code provisions?
Yes.
Are you familiar with any failure to adequately supervise or monitor the conduct of employees by Maxwell House?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with any failure to adequately supervise and monitor the conduct of patrons at Maxwell House?
Not that I'm aware of.
And are you aware of any order or are you aware of any order from the License and Inspection Department about a violation of nuisance law at the property?
Just the IPMC is with the IPMC violations is what we have.
IPMC?
Yes, International Property Maintenance.
And to your knowledge, has that been brought before the License and Inspection Department?
Yes, it has.
You stated in your testimony that you think that Maxwell House is on the right path. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by them being on the right path and what you expect to see from the property going forward?
We've had a list of cases that had violations in each one of these cases that are progressively getting fixed in a timely manner.
And have they cooperated in the fixing of those particular issues that have been raised?
Once Mr. Sabel has gotten on board, yes.
I'll pass a witness.
Briefly, Mr. Benjamin, how many open, say 60 days ago, 45 days ago, how many open cases or violations, active cases were there at the Maxwell House? Ballpark doesn't have to be.
Roughly 6.
Okay, and how many are still left open?
As of right now, 2.
That would be the pest control.
Yeah, it was the common areas had a long list of violations, and we rolled that all up into one case. And then there is one follow-on inspection that needs to be done in an apartment that the fixes have been done. We just have to validate that the fixes have been done.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Benjamin, what does it take to validate that fixes have been done?
Just eyewitness from one of my code enforcement officers to validate that it's the right apartment and then the violations have been corrected.
So is the representation then that from Maxwell House that it's done, but we just haven't had somebody able to look at it from the government yet? Is that right?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing further this time, Mr. Benjamin. I would call Mr. Chief Blanchard just briefly.
Thank you, Attorney Madden. Chief Blanchard, again for the record, sir. Just need to know who you are, who you represent.
Yes, sir. Chief Louis Blanchard representing Sheriff Gino Brantley of the Richmond County Sheriff's Office.
Chief, could you just briefly, I don't think the security is much an issue at the Maxwell House as it was with the Bon Air. Richmond Summit, can you just briefly give the commission an update on what y'all see going on at the Maxwell House?
Yes, sir. So you're correct. It's not really a major issue at all. We have had 135 calls for service, although 50% of those have been for either domestic violence or noise complaints. Obviously, that's not something that any tenant can control as far, or excuse me, building property owner can control as far as domestic violence unless it's just repeated cases. No major issues. Last year, they had 3 weapons problems. This year, they've had none. I will give him my business card, and if they would like us to do a walkthrough, as we've done with the other properties, and give them suggestions for security. But from our point of view, no major security issues that we've dealt with.
I can't walk through those halls. You're right.
I have nothing further for Mr. Chief Blanchard. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
No questions. All right.
Last witness will just be Doug Freeman from the Housing Authority, just briefly to give an update on the status of their folks they have at the Maxwell House.
You got it. All right.
Freeman?
Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman, welcome. If you don't mind, please state your name and who you represent for the record, please.
Absolutely. My name is Douglas Freeman. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the Augusta Housing Authority.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Madden.
Just briefly, not getting into specifics for the tenants that are there, but just give an update to the commission on kind of the process that you all go through when someone uses a voucher through the Housing Authority to stay at the Maxwell House.
Yes, sir. We have approximately 35 voucher holders that are living at the Maxwell House right now. These are all under the normal Housing Choice Voucher Program. Our process behind that is before we approve tenancy for someone on the voucher program, we do an initial inspection. We're not allowed to provide any HAP payments or housing assistance payments to a landlord until it passes that initial inspection. Then we go on at least annually and do an annual inspection to make sure that that unit is still in suitable condition. Occasionally, we'll do a quality control inspection. That's to inspect our inspectors. We have a different QC inspector that comes behind it and inspects a certain percentage of inspections that we do to make sure that they're doing their job properly. And then finally, we have special inspections. Those are at request of either landlords or tenants when they identify a problem that may result in the non-payment of HAP payments.
Now, with the Maxwell House and the initial inspections or annual inspections, are they on an annual basis? Or are they on a, how often are you inspecting these?
On an annual basis.
I mean, have there been any specific complaints or requests for inspections from any of your
I don't have a list of special inspections out there, but just looking at the 35 that we have currently housed there, 24 of those have passed inspection in the last 12 months. 3 of them have, we attempted inspection and the unit wasn't available, either the resident wasn't there or the resident wasn't ready, so we call that a no entry inspection, which counts as a failed inspection, even though an inspection didn't actually take place. And then we have 8 of those that have failed inspection and are awaiting re-inspections. By default, when an inspection fails, we give them a 30-day notice that we're going to come back and re-inspect in 30 days. If it passes at that point, then we're good for another year. If it fails a second time, we send notice to the landlord that that if it fails, if they don't correct it in a timely manner and it fails a third time, then we stop HAP payments to the landlord at that point.
Has it ever gotten to that point of a third inspection at the Maxwell House?
I don't have that data in front of me, but it's not uncommon for that to happen, but I can't specifically say that it has happened to Maxwell.
Nothing further. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Monk, would you like to cross-examine, or you good with this?
Yes, Mr. Freeman, thank you for being here. I just want to understand the numbers that you provided. So it sounded like you have 33 voucher recipients at Maxwell House and 24 of the 35 passed an inspection. Is that right?
35 recipients currently, 24 have passed within the last 12 months, and then the other 11 of them are outstanding.
Okay. And I think you mentioned 3 that were failed due to no entry.
That's
You
correct.
call them a no entry. And it sounded like the way you defined no entry included matters outside of Maxwell House's control.
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay, and are the 3 that were deemed no entry, were those outside of Maxwell House's control?
I don't have the detail on those.
Yeah, but you said that a no entry could involve the resident not being there, correct?
It typically involves the resident either not being there to open the door for us or them refusing entry at that point.
And when is the last time you were in the property?
Me personally, I have not been in the property.
So you personally, you don't have personal knowledge about the conditions of the property, is that fair?
That is fair.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Attorney Monk. Attorney Matton?
Nothing further at this time.
Nothing further. Commissioner Johnson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make a couple suggestions, and if we can adhere to these suggestions, maybe we can avoid a motion on probation. Is that doable?
Yes, you can make a motion to continue as is, and you could ask them to come back and give updates.
Well, I will share for the record, I'm going to end because I know we have to get to another meeting, but the safety, the cleanliness, and the health and well-being of the residents is my only concern up here. Not the litigation, not the bottom line for the apartments, not their figures. The biggest concern that I have for the Maxwell House are the people who are living there. I have been there, and again, what I've seen have just taken me by, it didn't take me by surprise, it just frustrated me even more than what I have been before. So what I want to suggest is that there are more frequent inspections done from the Housing Authority on their units, and maybe perhaps the Maxwell House owner do inspections more frequently than what has been done in the past. I would like for this commission to receive an update on the aggressive rodent control that's starting on the week of the 4th. That's this week. I want to get an update on that as soon as possible. And I mean, like, if I want to know what the findings has been since getting a new company involved, and any updates on bombing the facility. Would love to get an update on that. I would love to get an update on the carpet cleaning or the replacement of all of the carpet in the building. It is a lot of the smell that you have in the building. It comes from just old carpet. And again, it smelled the same way today as it did when I was in middle school, okay? So that's a problem. So carpet cleaning and carpet replacement, full replacement of the carpet. And then, I don't know if this is something that we can discuss right here, or if this is something that should be handled in-house or a side phone call, but I would love to see more cooperation from management with the tenants who are living in the units. I know on multiple occasions they have tried to gather, they have tried to voice their concerns, and they were met with resistance. I'm in no shape or fashion trying to tell you how to manage your tenants, but I would love for there to be more cooperation between the folks who live there, who pay their rent there, and who call Maxwell House home. Just because they are just because they're speaking out doesn't mean that they should be threatened with eviction or any kind of terrible adverse retaliatory measures. So if we can address those concerns, I hear that the work that we have suggested is getting done. I like to hear that, but I also know that we're just getting started. We are just getting started. And I just want to kind of see if that is something that we can agree to have those items agreed to so that we could continue. I wouldn't have a problem continuing with their business license as it is if we had some type of assurance that what we're requesting will be updated on and that it will be followed through with. And that is my biggest concern. And honestly, I hate that we even had to come here and have these hearings today. We should have been able to get this done through email and phone calls, but unfortunately, here we are. And I feel like this may not be the last time. But anyhow, what is your take on that, Attorney Mann?
Yes, we could make a motion to continue the license as is with instruction for us to draft an agreement between the parties as far as a timeline for updates to report back to this commission. And if the commission feels necessary, they could place this on an agenda at a later date if they feel like it's not getting done in a satisfactory manner.
And Mr. Manson, we would be happy to, based on what Commissioner Johnson just said, to provide a proposed framework, submit to your office, and we can work together to figure out what that's going to look like.
If that's acceptable to the will of this body, we would just ask that a motion be made to continue license as is to allow us to draft an agreement for a timeline to do these things that the commission is looking for.
How would you suggest that I put these safeguards, submit the safeguards to you. The frequent inspections, the rodent control updates, the carpet cleaning and replacement, the tenants associations. How would you suggest that I submit it to you?
I think you just did it.
So that suffice? Would that suffice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't want to do this, but I do understand that we have to do what we have to do. So I would make that motion with those bullet points that I just read out.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
With the understanding that if those updates does not suffice, that they don't get us to a better place, that just like Commissioner McKnight, we're going to be back here before the end of the year. And I'm going to see to it that the license is put on probation.
Yes, sir.
And can I just say one thing on the record?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Yes. So I would just request, and I think this is the understanding, but I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to work together to look at the framework that's proposed so we can make sure that it's realistic and something that all parties understand exactly what needs to happen and what you want to see.
And would that come before a committee once it's submitted to the city? Would it be talked about during the committee cycle or on the commission? How would that be discussed?
I think the attorneys could draft and have that document signed by council based on approval of commission. I think we could have it drafted and sent to you based on what you've requested today. This is a vote to do that today, to put it on the record.
And then the commission would see that before you submit it and sign it. So not sign it and submit it. What I want to make sure that we see it before we send it in.
Then we can place it back on the commission.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Johnson, and there's a second by Commissioner, I heard, but I didn't see,
Scott.
Commissioner Francine Scott. Commissioner Clark, I see you in the queue, sir. You need to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add something real clear. We've had two properties that we've talked about. The colleagues have brought up very valid concerns. I do want to uplift this as a point of clarity for everyone involved. There are real lives involved and at stake in all of this. Sir, I understand you don't live in Augusta, Georgia. We represent the constituents of Augusta, Georgia. And there are some in this place that are impacted directly by your facility. They are readily, and in some case desperately, looking for you all to be good stewards of your facility. Right now, from what we're hearing and what we're getting, it's not that. And unfortunately, as we've gone back and forth with the legal banter of everything and how it goes, these folks are still gonna walk out into the same conditions. And that bothers the hell out of me because they're feeling and living what we're bantering back and forth with as if there aren't real lives tied to this. And we've had two facilities in our community where both of the leaderships don't reside in our area and really don't have an invested interest outside of what they own and what they have as an invested interest. So the colleague from the first has made the motion. We've gotten a second, but I'm going to put some emphasis on this thing. Listen, you all got to clean up your acts because these folks that live in our community, which is Augusta, Richmond County, are depending upon the conditions that you're providing for them. Now, we've gone well over our time, but I don't think it's any time that can be well spent when it comes towards fighting for human rights, for better living conditions and otherwise. You made a point earlier about looking for more funding. Maybe I misunderstood, but I heard you say that you talked to the housing authority and you all even were looking to come to us for that. I haven't seen that conversation or heard it. All I'm saying is these folks are dealing with real conditions right now. And it's hard for me being flesh and blood just like you to hear what some of our residents are going through. So Commissioner Johnson has put that motion in, but I need you all to really put some serious action. And more importantly, do a heart check on this thing. Because you're a nonprofit. I worked in the nonprofit industry, and I know how the mission inclines you to move forward. But I need you all to move forward with a sense of sincerity and understanding that there's real lives hanging on the cusp of whatever decisions you all make and whatever improvements you make. I've lived the life of having rodents in my home growing up. I lived in some very humble situations, but to hear that our residents are going through this and they're going to have to walk out basically saying, hey, we'll give you some more time to get it right, and they go right back to the same conditions and you get on your plane and go where you're going, that's hard to take. So I'm hearing the colleagues first, their motion and their second, but I'm telling you, I'm bothered by this situation greatly. And you can take that for what it is, but these residents, Commissioner Johnson, will you also add to your motion about bringing a meeting with the residents, with the leadership as well? All right. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clark.
Would it be appropriate for me to respond to Commissioner Clark?
Yes, sir, go ahead. We'll give you the floor.
Commissioner Clark, thank you for your comments, and we hear what you say. We're not just giving lip service. We really do care about the individuals. When you say we're from a far distant place, I was born and raised in Macon, Georgia. I still have family that lives in Georgia. I have ties here, but regardless of that, we do care about the individuals, and we've made improvements, and we will continue to do so. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobs, what's your current occupancy over at Maxwell House now? How many residents do you have?
We currently have about 150.
What's your capacity?
Capacity is 216.
216.
A lot of that, Mr. Mayor, came from that initiative that we took to try to get the bad element out. So it's now time to continue these things that we've talked about today to where we can get the good element in.
Okay. Well, I am going to give you credit for your responsiveness. When this body reached out to you, when I went into your property, your ownership group called me that evening addressing the elevator issue. Has the elevator issue been resolved?
Yes, both of them are back to full capacity.
Both are back to full capacity. All right, so we have a motion in the proper second. Ms. McFarlane, I think we're prepared to vote. Colleagues, let's vote. Madam Clerk, I need some overtime pay over here having to, what do you call it? Post this vote up, publish the vote. All right, Wayne's out and.
It's been a long day. What is that motion again?
Very similar to the earlier motion, that is to have some accountability to them reporting back to us to make improvements that they pledged.
Draft an agreement.
Draft an agreement. All right, Madam Clerk, that motion passes 8-2. Commissioner Johnson, no. Commissioner Pulliam, yes. Commissioner Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnley, yes. Commissioner Don Clark, no. Commissioner Tony Lewis, yes. Commissioner Tina Slindak, yes. Commissioner Brandon Garrett, yes. Commissioner Francine Scott, yes. Wayne Guilfoyle, not present, and the mayor, yes. That motion passes. You guys have a huge task ahead of you.
We don't disagree.
All right. Thank you guys for being here. Residents, we're going to hold them accountable to what they pledge. And I promise you, you'll see some progress. All right. Attorney Matten, is there anything further?
Yes, sir.
Hearing or seeing no colleagues in the queue and nothing further, this hearing is hereby adjourned. And if you guys give us 10 minutes to schedule commission meeting an hour and 40 minutes later. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you all.
right, Commission. All right, Commission, it's 3:40. We already an hour and 40 minutes late. Let's start making our way so we can get this meeting started.
Hello, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. Hey.
Oh, I guarantee you, you'd be surprised how far we moved out of here. Not even in the field. I did, yeah, I presided over a few. Like it was in
Summoning Madam Clerk Bonner. Summoning Madam Clerk Bonner. We got ready to start here. We got a quorum. 2, 4, 6. Need an administrator and a clerk and an attorney. All right, let's go. People been waiting here a good little while. All right. Appreciate everybody's patience. It's been a day doing the people's business.
Not yet.
I say it's been a day, and we're going to continue. All right, Madam Clerk. Time is now 3:42 on August 5th. We're a little bit behind. But, Madam, we call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will ask the Reverend Melvin Ivey, pastor of the Greater St. John Baptist Church, if he will please come forward to deliver our invocation, after which we would like to ask former Mayor Bob Young if he would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand?
Let us pray. Father, as we have assembled ourselves here today, we seek your face. We seek your face for the decisions that will be made. It is our prayer that the mayor, the commissioners, and even the rest of our elected officials will recognize that you have entrusted them with a weighty word. Help them to realize that the decisions that they make that will impact people's lives, that one day they will have to give an account. We ask, Father, that you would touch them and help them to understand that even sometimes you have to stand by yourself. You have to maintain your integrity. So, Father, we ask that you would just bless them. And we speak peace and blessings upon Augusta, Richmond County. We pray for the citizens and those who come to this city day after day and continue to provide financial resources for this city and this government. It is our prayer that our leadership will seek to bring forth some entities that will not only take care of the people here in Augusta, Richmond County, but those who are in our surrounding counties. We ask, Father, that you would continue to give them that guide and light that sometimes when the decisions that they have to make are difficult and they have to stand behind what they say, but they stand with integrity. Because if they stand with integrity, you are there with them. But if they choose not to stand with integrity, then you're not there with them. We ask now, Father, that you would just continue to lead and guide them. Teach them how to be strong and to understand that you are there with them, even when it seems like they're there by themselves. We ask today, Father, and for the rest of our lives, that we line up with your word, that we do what you have called us to do, that is to do what is right and to be that voice for the voiceless. We thank you and we praise your name, for it is in the name of Jesus the Christ that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reverend Ivy, before you leave, we would like to say thank you for coming and praying for us on our behalf, that you're seeking the throne of God for us. By these presents be it known that Reverend Melvin Ivy, pastor of the Greater St. John Baptist Church, is our chaplain of the day. May your spiritual wisdom and civic leadership surely continue to inspire us and set an example for all citizens of Augusta, given under my hand this 5th day of August, 2025, Garnett L. Johnson. God bless you, Reverend Ivy. Thank you.
Reverend Ivy, thank you so much for that prayer, and I appreciate you being here today. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, we're going to continue, but I'm going to continue very briefly with a point of personal privilege. It gives me a great honor to introduce a great Augustan who's been doing some great things throughout the community. And we always applaud those who love to represent and call Augusta home. Today I'm using my point of personal privilege to, I don't want to say introduce folks, but make known Mr. Malcolm the Machine Wellmaker. Mr. Wellmaker, come on up, come to this podium right over here, sir. Bring your family with you. Mr. Wellmaker is an MMA fighter, 10-0, 2-0 in the UFC. He made his UFC debut in April. Second UFC fight was in June. He's defeated his opponent in a one-punch knockout. And I've told my colleagues on the commission, I'm telling the general public, if you see this man walking around, you better keep your mouth shut. Because I'd hate to see you get knocked out. Mr. Wellmaker, you want to say a few words, introduce your wife and your young son?
Yeah, this is my wife, Amanda, and my baby, my first son, Walla. He's 11 weeks old today. Just a little bit about, what I do. If you watch any of my fights, any of my post-fight interviews, even interviews I do before the fights, every opportunity I get, I always address that I'm from Augusta, Georgia, that I love my city, and that I do what I do in an effort to uplift my community. I was born and raised here. I grew up in Apple Valley. I went to Southside Elementary from pre-K to 4th grade. My mama got out of there, and then we went to Bungalow Road. I made it to Willis Road for my 5th grade year. And I even got into Davidson Fine Arts before I got kicked out because I was a problem child. So I ended up graduating from T.W. Josie. And I remember growing up, there was this stigma where all the people in the youth thinking to be successful, you had to get out of Augusta. You had to go to Atlanta. You had to hop on a plane to go to L.A. And I like to think that I'm an example to show that you can be successful in Augusta. There's great things here. There's great people here. I found great father figures here who guided me the right direction. And one of the things I want to do is be somebody that the youth can look up to instead of having to look at a TV or a music video. They can see somebody that's doing great things. I made a decent living in the trade, Local 150, Mr. Moses here. That's how I know him. We in the union together. And I ended up being able to walk away from there and become an athlete and do great things. So Augusta, I love you, and I appreciate all the love and recognition that I'm getting.
We love you back, man, and that's such an inspiring story. We need to tell more of our young people that story, especially at a time like this when we're struggling.
Yes,
Mr. Wellmaker, thank you so much for always taking Augusta everywhere you go. Just know that we're always rooting for you. We're always in your corner, and we can't wait for you to bring a fight to Augusta, okay?
Yes, sir. I'm working on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Another
sir.
round of applause, Mr. Wellmaker. and we appreciate your patience. Madam Administrator, I'm going to take another point of personal privilege because very briefly, we got some new employees we need to recognize. So if you see their faces, you'll know who they are. Madam Administrator?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can I just make a comment? Our athlete back there, you know, they told me, I went and talked to them about the baby and Walla, and he has on a suit today. And he said the reason he has on his suit because he's coming for the mayor's position.
Oh, my goodness.
He has not been here a year, so he doesn't qualify.
Okay.
But just wanted to let you know that he's watching.
I'm good.
So they just wanted us to be clear about that. That's why he has his suit on with a handkerchief in his pocket. He's ready.
Sharp. It's noted for the record.
Okay.
Thank y'all so much. Continued luck, continued blessings. Continue to tell that message to these young people in Augusta, okay? Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. All right, Madam Administrator, we got some new employees, so we got some new faces around here, some promotions. Tell us about them.
Yes, sir. I am delighted to announce who our new Chief Information Officer, Mr. Reggie Horn, is here with us.
Hey, Mr. Horn.
As well as our new Procurement Director, Mr. Andy Pinnick.
Mr. Pinnick, you in the house? There you go. Welcome to Augusta, y'all. Congratulations, Reggie, on your new role. All right, Madam Clerk, we got a lot of people that want to talk as part of this delegation, but I think we got the sheriff's chief in here. You know they need to fight some crime, so let's go through this consent agenda. We need to get to item number 32. Tell me how we can best do that so we can get the chief out of here.
Go straight to it.
Let's go to number 32. All right, I'm going to let you read it for the record, Madam Clerk.
Item number 32 is to accept donation from Airmark in the amount of $250,000.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Scott? Do you need to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I wanted to bring this to the body and for it to be on the record that we are accepting the $250,000 donation from Airmark. And also just to remind everyone, this donation will only be used for the kitchen equipment at the jail. And I'll ask Chief to come on down and make sure Administrator Allen, Attorney Madden and Tim, we're all on the same accord with what we are doing today.
All right, Chief Blanchard, is there anything additional you need to add?
No, sir. It will be used for kitchen equipment in the jail, and it's greatly appreciated from Airmark.
Thank you so much. Can we entertain a motion to receive this? All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Clark, second by Commissioner Scott. Madam Clerk, we're prepared to vote.
Just as a part of information, the contract with Airmark had this as part of the negotiated agreement. There's part of the agreement was to provide this as a service because they do actually use that kitchen themselves. So this was part of the negotiated contract with Airmark.
Thank you, Attorney Madden. All right, we're voting, colleagues.
That motion carries with Ms. Rice out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Clerk, I haven't received any other requests to move anything else around. I just want to confirm with my colleagues before we move back to the delegation. There's any other items that are pertinent that we have people that have been waiting that we need to address? Here and seeing now, let's go back to the delegation, Madam Clerk.
We're headed right there. Call your attention to item number A, Mr. Roy Ennis, regarding parking on Broad Street.
Mr. Ennis, come on up, sir. You've been patient. Appreciate your patience. Either one, your pick. All right, Mr. Ennis, while you're coming, we're going to ask you to state your name and address for the record, sir.
How you all doing?
Good. How are you, Mr. Ennis?
Yeah, this is John Ennis. And I just want to say...
Your address, where you reside.
I live in Augusta. I moved here in 2016.
No, I need your personal address. Where you live.
I'm at 2147 Eastside Court.
Okay.
Augusta.
All right, you have the floor, sir. You got 5 minutes.
I just want to say thank you. I was here about 2 years ago when I came about my commissary. And thank you. You gave me authority to do that, and my commissary is up and running. Now I'm some time ago with I have the food truck. Jerk City truck, and they chase us all off of Broad Street. Now, this is how I earn my living. What I'm asking the commission, if I could get a spot for just Friday night and Saturday night from 8 until 3 in the morning, somewhere between 8th Street and 14th Street or 13th Street, somewhere there to park my truck between 8 and 10, just Friday and Saturday nights.
Okay, that's a request from this body? Is that your request, to find somewhere to park your truck?
Yeah, right here on Broad Street, between 8 p.m. and 3 a.m., Fridays and Saturdays.
All right, I'm gonna need code enforcement, someone representing code enforcement to kind of let us know the rules regarding that. I know I personally don't have any objection to it, but I assure you all the restaurateurs who have fixed operations on Broad Street may have some objection to it, in that, you know, they're operating restaurants and they're trying to earn a living too, and is it fair to them to let a food truck park in front of one of their establishments? That's my only concern with it. But I believe you have a right to perhaps sell your food someplace. We just got to establish where.
The problem is that I was not going to park, I don't want to park in front of anybody's restaurant. And the thing is that what I sell, nobody else sells it. I do all Jamaican food.
Okay.
They don't do Jamaican food.
Okay. All right. Mr. Vassar.
How everyone doing today?
Good.
All right. There has to be a designated zone for you to be able to park there. You can also get like a property owner get your SUP to have authority to be able to park in their parking lot to be able to sell your food.
All right. So have you
parking lots down there?
Where exactly you reference to?
There's no parking lot on Broad Street where one could park. I'm between 8 and 13th Street, 8th Street to 13th Street, in that vicinity. There's nowhere, no parking lot. There's just one empty lot at the corner of 12th. And I've been trying, I asked help to find the owners. It's a abandoned building. I think it is, but I've tried for almost a year to find the owners, and I can't.
Are you talking right there at Old Sandwich City? There's a family that owns that property.
Broad and 12th?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's Ellis and 12. That's why I recall you parking your truck at Ellis and 12.
And 12, but I'm
Okay.
back there. I'm not getting anything back because I'm too
understand.
far from Broad Street. It's
At Broad and 12th, there's a gravel lot next to the old Sky City store. We do know the owner there too. I mean,
if you could set me up with that one, I would appreciate
I tell you who can put you in touch. Margaret Woodard with the Downtown Development Authority. She knows that owner well.
I'd pay for the spot for the 2 nights.
Well, that's between you and him, and you would have to make that arrangement if he were to give you permission.
Please put me in touch with that.
All right.
I need this.
Margaret Woodard is.
I moved to Savannah into Augusta in 2016. I bought my property here. I'm here to stay. I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Johnson from the first. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask a question of the planning department. I know that when we had this discussion a few years ago, we briefly discussed looking at our food truck ordinance to have the food trucks be owner initiated on Broad Street. I know the issue at the time was that it was unlawful for food trucks to park on Broad Street and block traffic going through. And so I didn't know if we had made any kind of progress on looking at that ordinance, or I remember speaking to me and Commissioner Gary had some talks about this, about creating a food truck park or something at the Augusta Commons on the weekend so that folks can park there and grab food on the way out. Another issue that I think we had too, if I'm not mistaken, was that the sheriff's office at the time wasn't really interested. And now that we have a new sheriff, maybe so. But I guess my question is, have we looked at that food truck ordinance to make food trucks owner initiated or like owner requested, or having some type of food truck park at the Commons yet?
But as of right now, we have not done that yet, but we are looking to the new orders changes that's coming up, and we're working on some changes for that. So it'll probably be in the near future when we can be able to give you some more information on what the change is going to be.
Okay, because I know there's like hot dog stands and stuff now, and that seems to be working pretty good. There hasn't been any issues. So I don't know where we're going with the food truck, but I'd be interested in seeing where that goes. A food truck part would be great at the comments on Friday and Saturday night.
Great.
I agree with you on that.
Yep, I'll hold commission office hours there, to be honest with you. I'll be there all night. Mr. Ennis, Margaret Woodard is in the back. Margaret, can you raise your hand? She can help you with that request.
Yeah, or if I could get a park in front of the Commons at that time from 8 to, when they're not having anything there. On the sidewalk.
Okay. Let's start with Ms. Woodard, and then the department will discuss the food truck ordinance and come back with some kind of conversation.
And also,
we'll keep you updated.
And also, we'll try to help Ms. Eanes out if we can as well, too. Also.
You got it.
Okay. I'd appreciate
All
it.
right. Thank you, Mr. Ennis, for being here, sir.
And thank you, and continue doing all your good work.
Thank you so much. Ms. Woodard is right back there in the back. She's getting ready to meet you here in a second. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on. You got it.
Our next delegation, Mr. Bob Young, regarding SPLOS, Special Local Option Sales Tax.
Welcome, Mayor Young.
Thank you all very much. Bob Young, 2103 Summerhill Lane, Augusta, Georgia. I know you've been talking a lot about SPLOST. You did earlier today, and you've got other meetings coming up concerning that, but there are a couple of things I wanted to just put out in front of you to think about. First of all, unless I missed something, there's no item in SPLOST to deal with the current dangerous state of our urban forest. And I say dangerous because of the lessons that we learned not too long ago from Hurricane Helene. Hundreds of trees on city property and public rights-of-way were damaged or destroyed, often causing damage as they fell. And many of those trees are still out there, ready now to fall on a person or a vehicle passing by during the next storm or strong wind that comes through. At a very minimum, I would ask you to consider using SPLOST to fund a develop a management plan for the urban forest. And I believe SPLOST would be appropriate for this because, as we've done previously in this government, capital projects growing from a study like that, the study itself is eligible to be funded in SPLOST. Additionally, I'd recommend that in your budget for next year, you hire a staff arborist, a tree professional, someone to oversee this work. Yes, engineering does contract with specialists on an as-needed basis, but you have to ask yourself, how did that work out for you during Hurricane Helene? The evidence is all over town that you need to find a better way. Professional guidance and accountability, clearly engineering is not up to that task. My second SPLOST point is this. Your current discussions involve hundreds of millions of dollars in capital projects. Every new project creates its own pressures on your future operating budgets, but those are never part of the discussion. For example, Riverwalk. There is no denying Riverwalk has been neglected for decades, but now there's a proposal to expand Riverwalk. How is that expansion going to be maintained? Where is the money going to come from? How much money are we talking about? Will this mean a future commission will be forced to increase taxes? My point is that you should know what the long-term commitment to the city will be for every capital item you put in SPLOST. The basic question to ask, what will be the annual cost for operation and maintenance, and where will those funds come from? So I suggest the preparation of what I call an operational impact statement for each SPLOST capital project. It would include M&O projections for 5 years and 10 years. Your operational impact statement will give the future commissioners the information that is critical to their budget decisions and help you determine in real time whether a project is worth funding in the first place. I want to thank you for your attention today, and I appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with you at your 2 o'clock meeting. And I want to thank each of you for your service to this great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Young, for being here. And you know, you bring up some very interesting points. Not only do we have issues with maintenance as it relates to our regular SPLOS, but our T-SPLOS. You know, when we do all these road and infrastructure improvements, we have a hard time in going back, cutting the grass and maintaining it. So you have a very relevant conversation. And it gives this body something to think about as we move forward, especially with the reforestation of our community, considering all the devastation we received from Hurricane Helene. So thank you, sir, for giving us some thought and ideas, and we'll gladly take it.
And I'll yield back the balance of my time to Commissioner Todd.
You got it. That is a minute and 15 seconds. All right. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next delegation item. We keeping on, we rocking and rolling.
Item C, Whitney Simmons regarding homestead container home community development.
Ms. Simmons, you in the place? Come on up, madam. We're glad to have you here. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address, please.
My name is Whitney Simmons. My address is 2616 National Woods Drive here in Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Whitney Simmons. I'm here today to request that the board consider a variance review that would allow the development of container homes within the designated low-income communities. This initiative aims to address critical housing shortages by providing substantial cost-effective living, as well as jobs, take away from homelessness, and give incentives to people who may feel like owning a home is unreachable or even renting one may be unreachable. A few advantages of using container homes as an affordable solution. First off, they leverage the cost effectiveness with how cheap they are to modify, and you can reconstruct containers that are already maybe damaged. You're modifying them to be what you want them to be, in other words, basically. The versatility of them, I know I've had some issues I've ran into with things from zoning as far as the containers being flat on the ground, you know, that's not permitted, things of that sort. But I created in my head, I said, well, if we use concrete as the foundation and kind of give it like the modular home look, then possibly we could create a loophole to develop that for one. And also, in the area that I want to do it, I've solely focused on looking at the land bank inventory for the Harrisburg area, just because personally I lived there for 3 years and I met a lot of people who did not have anything, but I was pregnant, I was about to have my baby, and I would have people come by, check on me all the time, bring me stuff. They put me onto resources such as the Love Center and things of that sort. And after visiting those soup kitchens, they run short on food to feed the homeless and people that are brought down looking for resources. And it just kind of saddened me a little bit because there's a lot of land down there that is abandoned and just stuff that's not permitted going on it, where you could develop gardens and have homestead down there, so the local soup kitchens would have amenities to be able to go grab what they may run short on during the times when they feed others. Now, the development and the repurposing of the shipping home containers, I spoke on that. Now, zoning, as far as my concern is, and zoning's concern is, they are not permitted in residential areas due to the size, I'm assuming. I purchased the 40x8 container, and if you put it long ways front to back, it gives you the idea of a shotgun home, how much room it takes up on a lot. After doing the measurements, if you had 1 acre, you could put about 15 container homes on them, depending on if they're the 20x4 or 40x8. It's just, up to you. Along with that, you eliminate from having to utilize city amenities such as the trash. Take all trash from that area if it's going to be a homestead community. By that I mean trash goes to composition bins. Composition bins is used for the fertilizer for the neighborhood gardens, and I would require people who are living and dwelling on a property to grow on that land to be able to keep, just in terms of their lease or if they're buying a home. Also, I've come across a lot of people down there who have skilled jobs that are very skilled in plumbing, electrician, things of that sort, but they don't have the resources, or they're out of jail and they don't have the education to know what they need to do in order to go get IDs and things to obtain these jobs, or they have a criminal history. Solar panels, of course, to take away from the cost of all the complaints about Georgia Power and just things of that sort. And also collecting rainwater as a it's a water reservoir where you collect your rainwater and you process it and you utilize your own rainwater. Yes, sir.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, and utilizing your rainwater for your water in your home. So that way that can also take away from just all the focus on the issues that people have with paying their bills and putting them in the situation to be evicted or homeless. And that's really all I think I have now that I got 1 minute. I kind of drew a little blank because I can get long-winded. So other than that, it's just really to develop those low-income areas and kind of give people a little bit more hope that they can too do and own such as anybody else. And just because you're there doesn't mean that's who you are. And it also teaches a lot of different skills and things of that sort to people that they may have not known before in regards to the homesteading.
Ms. Simmons, I think you have a wonderful idea. There have been communities across the country. I know one in Atlanta where they've taken some containers and created some very, very appealing properties in certain circumstances. So thank you for bringing it to our attention. There's a colleague in the queue that would love to address you, and I yield to Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Ms. Simmons, do you know what is the closest container community to Augusta? Say, for instance, if we wanted to look at one, I know Commissioner Jordan is always with creative ideas from tiny homes to containers home, but where is one that close nearby?
In Atlanta, I actually visited, it's called Dixie, I want to say it's Dixie Lane is the name of it, but it's a neighborhood, and in the back of it, a couple purchased an acre, and they put 5 on this acre. They use them for Airbnbs currently at the time, and that's where I went to go visit just to see the setup and how they place them. I can't recall the exact location in Atlanta, but I do know that it's Dixie Lane is where the back of that neighborhood that starts their development of their container homes. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask the planning department if they could do some research on the container home in Atlanta that Ms. Simmons is referring to and that Commissioner Scott is referring to, that you also referred to, sir, that we look at that village and figure out what it would take for Augusta to amend its ordinance to allow for the construction of container homes. Is that something that you all can do?
Yes, we have no problem doing that.
Okay.
See if we can get some language on it. No problem.
Okay, all right. I think that'd be because, not only would they be a good affordable housing option, they're also good for people who want to have luxury options as well. I've seen some pretty nice container homes across the country, so.
And hard to, mess up. Now that Helene come through, they're not really destructible. So.
And what people don't realize, these containers are sealed airtight for the most part, which make them conducive to living in them. So long as you can get conditioning in them, because they get hot in the summer and cold in the winter.
Unit.
That's right, split AC unit. And you put multiple together, and you can create a very, very unique and inviting place to live.
Yes, sir.
All right, Commissioner Johnson?
I'm out of the queue. Thank you.
Ms. Simmons, thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to following up on
Thank you
this
so much.
opportunity. Okay?
You all have a good day.
Thank you, too. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to item D. I don't see a name, but I see, I need you to help me up with this
Yes,
one.
sir.
Right.
Mr. Norm's Fleet Maintenance Facility Ground Growth Working Force Training.
All right, Mr. Norm's Fleet Maintenance Facility, are you here in the chambers? Norm's Fleet Maintenance Facility. Calling once, calling twice in case you're sitting outside. Norm's Fleet Maintenance Facility. Madam Clerk, I don't see anybody. Let's move on to the next item.
That would be a no-show.
Okay.
Okay. Our next delegation, Mr. Moses Todd, to discuss garbage pickup, disposal fee, and the legality of how fees are used.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Todd, you know the drill for the record, please, sir.
Yes. Moses Todd, 2747 Deansbridge Road, Augusta, Georgia. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I want to speak to you today about the garbage fee, pickup fee, and the proposed, entries. I'm not as concerned about the entries as I am about how the fee is being used in the past and the future. And so the question as far as the legality of using the fee, the garbage fee is allowed by Georgia code to be put on your tax bill. And so in that sense, some commissioners may think that it's a tax. Well, it's a fee for the pickup and disposal of our garbage. And I think it's unfair that the commission, past commission, has used it for funding other items that the government is responsible for, such as demoing homes, mosquito control, and street sweeping. As you know, I am not a supporter of stormwater, but when the stormwater ordinance was developed, it was supposedly or alleged in the hearings that it would be used for stormwater infrastructure, mosquito control, and the streets is within that infrastructure. So you would think that out of your $15 million that you would have funding for that purpose. Okay, the demoing of homes, I understand the need for the demoing in the urban service districts and possibly even outside the old urban service districts, but that fee should not come from the waste or garbage pickup fee. If I was making a recommendation to you, it would be to, you set precedents when you tow down the city-owned jail. So any city-owned or possibly even making a stretch land bank-owned properties, you would put some funding in your special purpose local option sales tax that I'm opposing to do that. So, and I think that it's only fair to the ratepayers that you consider this advice and hopefully not cause a class action by the ratepayers like has happened in some other cities throughout the country. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. I don't see any colleagues in the queue. So I appreciate your comments and your participation in today's meeting. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk.
Our last delegation, F, Mr. Brian Green, regarding the importance of community safeguards.
Good day, Mr. Green. I appreciate your patience and staying strong to be here, sir. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Brian Green, U.S. Marine, 2429 Mount Auburn.
You have the floor, sir. You have 5 minutes. I see you looking up. Is there a presentation we need to have prepared?
No, sir, I was looking at I didn't know if y'all had posted a new time for us to follow.
Well, I'm getting ready to start you right now.
Okay.
You're started.
I like that. I want to talk about safeguards, community safeguards. Obviously, everybody here knows about safeguards, I would imagine, and the importance of safeguards as it pertains to our city's function. The first thing I'd like to talk about in the safeguard, Mr. Mayor, is I'll make a comment, make possible motion about our city charter review board, and that is this. And I'm going to do a lot of tongue biting on this, but I'd like to say after going to a few meetings and hearing the people's concerns about this issue, I think, and I like, in any issue I think there needs to be balance, of course, and fairness. So I think it'll be fair if this charter commission would commit to, once all their work is done, and they're ready to make any such presentations, recommendations, they make it to this full commission, state legislator, and to the citizens of this county. That takes care of everything. It takes care of any innuendo, rumors, or there are things circulating. I won't get into all that. That just takes care of it. So any findings that they, their final conclusions or analysis, that they make those clear to the commission, all 10 commissioners, our state legislators, and to the citizens before anybody discusses sending anything for a vote. It's only fair. I digress from that. My next thing is, I read some good things about it, and I just saw in maybe item 28 that the Madam Administrator, if I'm not mistaken, put on there about the streets and right-of-ways and stuff. That kind of goes in line. I'd just like you all to be considering the degree of overgrowth. It's really, really bad. And you got to remember, every year, in my District 1, I think District 1, well, mainly the inner city, that would be District 1 and 2 mainly. Every year, folks, it's getting more dense and more dense and more dense. And while we're in the midst of this SPLOST discussion, I think it's only fair that we put a little bit more thought on that. Somebody mentioned about what we're doing is preparing for the future. Little stuff we talk about, splash comes and goes, but what about the commission 10 years from now? Somebody's gonna have to deal with this, or it's gonna take over. Somebody's gonna have to deal with this. We might as well roll up our sleeves right now and get it going. Like the other people say, jump it off. I wish y'all do have some consideration about that. Have some consideration about moving these, demanding that all tree limbs be trimmed. And I did speak with Dr. Malik on it, and I got some really good feedback from him, not putting him on the spot. But we need to have a movement. And if you're a property owner and you have a tree that's on the property line, I'm sorry, your tree limb could crash down and knock out everybody's power on your little small grid. I just think Helen, whatever that storm Helen, taught us a lesson about that. I think we need to stay ahead of that, not wait till another, tragedy happens. And speaking of that, also emergency situations, riding through town the other night during the steady rain, I was at Lumpkin Road and Peach Orchard, right there at the Checkers, it shows. And all these cars washing out in front of Checkers. I mean, and that's a nice road, Peach Orchard. That's a nice road. I was surprised on the standing water there.
1 minute, Mr. Green.
Yes, sir. I was surprised on the amount of standing water. And anyway, as I was driving back, I stopped on Laney Walker Boulevard. We are a flood waiting to happen with the right steady rain. I just like to throw that out there. My last thing, I had to take a break because I got a little emotion hearing about it. I'm a former resident of Maxwell House. I did send you all an email, and I know how it is. You probably get a ton of them. Please get a chance to read. I sent one to you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Jordan, Johnson, Commissioner Scott. I know y'all get a lot of them. Please read over it when you get a chance. Let me just tell you something. And I made the mistake of letting my emotions get to me about that. It's a shame. And we had that kind of condition, not just because it's downtown. And you talk to me about rats in the wall. I couldn't stay one night at a place with rats in the wall. And if somebody would ask me about Serenity, I ran out of time. I apologize, but I need to make you all aware of that situation with Serenity.
Yes, sir. Mr. Green, we always appreciate you coming here. And unfortunately, that rat in the wall is a real thing. You literally stand in an apartment and you hear them running through the walls. And you're right. It's unfortunate. It needs to be fixed. But we certainly appreciate you coming to address this body. I would suggest that you also go before the Charter Review Committee, just like you come before us, because they're an independent body. Share your concerns with them. But I don't see any colleagues in the queue. Thank you for your comments today. And again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience and just to make your comments.
Not asking about Serenity. Never have support Commissioner Johnson.
Sir, you're at, sir, not in these chambers. Not in these chambers, sir. Not in these chambers. Thank you, Mr. Green, thank you for being here. Have a good day, sir. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to the consent portion of our agenda. Are there any additions and deletions?
Yeah.
Come on with them.
We have an addendum agenda that you may want to consider for some consent items.
Okay. What about Serenity? All right. Madam Clerk, you probably want to read these in. You want people to read them, or you want to read them in for the record for consideration as governing body?
All right. First item is a motion to approve the reappointment of Colette DeAntonac to the Augusta Economic Development Authority Board. Item number 2 is to approve the reappointment of Mr. Bill Hollingsworth to the Augusta Economic Development Board. Item number 3 is a motion to approve the First Amendment to the Consultant Services Agreement Number 4 is a motion to approve rental extension of water pumps for number 8 RWPS.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. We got 3 items on a addendum agenda, 4 items. Is there any objection to adding these items?
I have a question about number 2. I believe that's already on the full agenda.
Yes,
Yeah, it is.
Number 2 is already on the full agenda.
Number 33 agenda item.
It's number 33 agenda item, so that's already on the regular.
Just double approve it.
It's a double, all right?
Bill Mauser, brother
Bill
Colleagues?
really know he's on.
That leaves us with 3 additional addendum items. Is there any objection to adding these 3 to our regular scheduled agenda?
Without objection.
If there are no objections, they're hereby added to the agenda. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for these addendum items. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 7th, Commissioner Tina Slindak.
We add in agenda.
No. Pardon me? Oh, you just got out. Yeah, all right, yeah, all right. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to add agenda item number 33 to the consent.
Item number 33 wants to be added to consent.
As well as the addendum 1, 3, and 4.
Okay.
As well as the addendum, 33, 3, and 4. 33, 3, and 4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Catherine Smith Rice.
Can we go ahead? I was going to go ahead and consent an item.
All right, Madam, what is that item?
32.
Item number 32.
We already voted on that.
We've already voted on
Okay,
that.
we did? Okay.
Already done, ma'am.
Yay, that must
Done
have
and
been when I
approved.
was out in the hallway.
It was, all right.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Good news.
All right, Chair recognizes from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to modify number 1 on the consent agenda, the language in there.
Can we
just pull it?
Read it into the record first, sir, and then you can do your.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do that then. And I'd like to pull addendum item number 1 for discussion.
I'll pull it. Then we can modify it, right? 1, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
And there's a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated, and there's a proper second. Commissioner Johnson, before we have this vote, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. I know there's still substantial discussion on SPOS. I wanted to defer 31 to the August, I'm looking at Ms. Allen, August what?
12 or sooner.
August or sooner?
So, or soon, well, we'll need it at least by August 12th, so it may have to go on your special called meeting,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, that you normally do right before the.
Okay.
So would it be fine to defer it now or just wait till we get to the item and do it? Does it matter when?
So we may have to have a special call on the 12th, or it needs to be prior to the 12th?
They can actually, according to our legal team, they can actually, Blythe and Hesper can go ahead and approve it pending our decision, the governing body's decision.
Okay.
So they don't have to wait for us to do it. So the 12th would be good for us to have it on the agenda, if we can have it on the special called meeting, right? Do it on the agenda.
Madam Clerk, can we go ahead? Do we need to have a special call, but it's already set for committee meetings, correct?
Yes, sir. And if it's the will of the commission to do that and we have consensus, yes, we could place it on the special call.
All right, calling for consensus. Is there any objection to the 12th having a special call to finalize SPLOS 9 on August 12th? Hearing no objections, August 12th is the date we will finalize SPLOS 9 list to take to the voters. All right, Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second. I don't see any colleagues in the queue. We're ready to vote.
Sir, before we do, let's see if there are any objectors to our alcohol petitions.
All right, let's do them.
Item number 5 is a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 4630 Mike Paget Highway. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? Hearing or seeing none, let's move on, Madam Clerk.
Item number 6 is a request for an existing location retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 3341 Deansbridge Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Hearing or seeing none, let's move on.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Clark, are you number 1? Howard?
Yes, he's number 1. We're probably going to go there
You
first.
pull that, or are you
Yes.
going to just address it?
Yes, ma'am. So for this one, I'm going to make a modification to what's in the agenda right now. This one specifically, last commission, I had stated to move it to planning. I've since met with the residents that had opposition, and the whole point of pulling it and pushing it to the planning, but more importantly, giving the residents an opportunity to speak was so that they could allow their voices to be heard in this. So I'm making a motion to rescind the action on the motion that was made on the commission on July 22nd to send it to zoning. And instead of sending it to zoning, I like to send it to the next commission, which will be for the 19th of August. And again, this was communicated. Commissioner Scott and I met with the residents, and they are prepared to come on the 19th.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Commissioner
Can
Catherine
it be
Smith-Rice.
added to the consent? Yeah, unless you add it to the consent. If it's the,
I'd say just pull the item and
Yeah.
restate
Yeah,
all that.
Yeah, let's vote on the consent
Okay.
item, and then we'll pull out item. It'll be first up. We're going to ask you to repeat that.
Okay.
All right, this is the vote for the consent agenda with adding item 33.
I think that we need to add that to be pulled before we post and vote on this consent agenda.
It's
I've already pulled it.
He's already pulled it. He's already pulled it. So it's to add to the consent agenda is item number 33 on the regular agenda, item 3 and 4 on the addendum agenda, and Commissioner Clark has requested to pull item 1.
Item 1. And there was another item, you said 33?
33 was requested to be consented by Commissioner
Right.
Wayne
But
Guilfoyle.
Mr. Garrett, did you pull that? You did?
Commissioner, you'll pull one on the agenda.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark called.
Oh, that's right, Commissioner Clark.
Clark. Okay.
He pulled number 1. You pulled one on both? You pulled both? Wow. Okay, all right. All right, colleagues, it's on the screen, and if you agree with that, Madam Clerk, we're prepared to vote. Let's go. I only see one consent, though. The consent is remove from consent. All right, you got it. All right, let's vote.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to item number 1. We'll have Commissioner Don Clark.
Okay. Item number 1 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition by Carolyn Henry requesting a rezoning from a zone R1, 1 family residential, to a zone R1C, 1 family residential, to develop a residential subdivision affecting property located at 3626 Richmond Hill Road.
Commissioner Clark.
All right. So again, we can hear it twice. Made the original motion to send this back to Plan and Zoning or Planning Commission. Instead of doing that, after meeting with the residents, giving the residents an opportunity to be more informed about it during a community meeting, we're going to move this to the next commission on the 19th and have the constituents and the petitioner both here. We'll have our subject matter experts from planning, engineering, and utilities as needed to provide technical guidance and support with this petition.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Let's move on down. I think that takes us to about number 28.
Item 28. Item 28 is a motion to approve the administrator creating a rotation schedule for lawn maintenance, landscaping for all problematic areas, including but not limited to easement that the city owns, creeks, alleys, and right-of-ways, and discuss making this information available on the city's website as well as provided to 311 for quick reference in order to be proactive for our citizens.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. I saw you in the queue first, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate Ms. Pulliam putting this on here, but I think it needs to be directed to a director versus administrator. That's my only take on this one. But thank you, Ms. Pulliam, for your forethought and planning on this.
Yep, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, thank you, Mayor Johnson, for acknowledging me, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, for your comments. I directed it to the administrator because we've been having this discussion since I've been on the dais, and I understand that there have been plans that have been presented to us for consolidation. However, we can't seem to approve one and decide what we want to do. I am going to go out on a limb and say maybe 80% of my calls and my emails that I send are regarding this. And so then what I find myself doing is not only sending the email and making the call, then I have to follow up, and I have to follow up again. And fine, that's what I'm here to do, and I honestly don't have a problem doing it, but there's other things that we also have to do on this commission as we're focusing on policies and procedures. And I'm not sure how many of my colleagues get inundated with this, but I do know in District 1 and 2, we probably receive phone calls throughout the day, not just once a day, but literally throughout the day. And again, my emails show that. So I would like for there to be a meeting of the mind, so to speak, between the administrator's office as well as Dr. Malik and whoever else is in charge of this. I have been told on several occasions that some of my areas are more on a reactive schedule, and I understand that to a degree because maybe there hasn't been a fuss made about it as much as I do. But if it's on a reactive schedule and I've been here for 3 years and I'm calling in the same properties every single year, then we need to have a schedule in place where we say, okay, in April we're gonna do this and in August we're gonna do that, because the same creek needs tending to every single year. So that shouldn't be reactive because I'm putting in the same email every single year. As far as the right-of-ways are concerned, we're in Augusta, Georgia, and we know that grass is gonna grow and it's gonna start at a certain time and end at a certain time. I also understand that we are short on crews. I get that. But we've got to come up with some type of schedule, even if it's once a month we're going to do this, once every 6 weeks we're going to do this. Something needs to be in place so that our constituents know. And my suggestion for the 311 is because I push 311. And again, kudos, Administrator Allen, because that budget meeting, you overemphasized 311 and the importance of it. And I greatly appreciate that because it's even on my voicemail. Make sure you call 311 first and get a work order number. But with that being said, if that information is provided to 311, then when constituents call 311, they can quickly look up the address or look up the area and let them know you are scheduled to be cut on XYZ. whatever that date is. So that's going to help eliminate some of the calls that some of us get regarding that maintenance. So that is why I directed it to Administrator Allen.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. You know, we've been at this for years, talking about how to cut the grass. And, you know, Dr. Malik has said it's pretty much reactive. The wheel that squeaks the loudest gets the oil, and the people who call the most and scream the loudest gets their grass cut. I wish that, you know, we could finally come up with a solution. You know, we've talked about consolidating this grass cutting. I mean, we've talked about it. Yet here we are again, in the middle of summer, still talking about cutting ditches, not only ditches, medians, right-of-ways. We really need to have a substantive conversation. And Madam Administrator, I know you've been tasked with trying to consolidate this, so we would hopefully only have one person to call or one department to call. Where are we with that? And, you know, how can we address this forever pressing need of maintaining, you know, the grass?
So we have had a couple of meetings with the various departments that would be affected, because I think last we presented that information to you all. We had some maintenance that are in, you know, 2 or 3 different departments. So we've been meeting with those. We have one more meeting to have pretty much with engineering. We have not had an opportunity to really sit down and go through the maintenance with engineering. However, I will say that we have met with engineering prior to even thinking of, you know, the maintenance separate, the ground maintenance as a separate department. And the problem that Dr. Malik faces is the lack of resources. And the problem he also faces is, as to Commissioner Pulliam's point, the lack of crews to go in designated areas. So he does have a schedule. He did provide us with the schedule. However, he does not get to complete the schedule, or he gets sidetracked off the schedule because of, unfortunately, to Ms. Pulliam's point, you have somebody's crying the loudest. And so he gets pulled off of that schedule and goes to address that issue, which makes the schedule, you know, you might as well not have one if you can't just solely stick to it. The problem is his schedule encompasses maybe once every month going to a location. And we clearly know that's not enough to take care of the city's needs. So one, if he is scheduled, and I'll let Dr. Malik talk about this, if he is scheduled to go into, let's say, one of your creek areas, Commissioner Pulliam, and do a cleanup, and it's, you know, scheduled for the first of the month. And if something else comes up and somebody calls him away, his crews or what have you may not go to that point. So now it's a whole 2 months. So they were already upset the fact that he didn't do it, that they just doing it once a month, because they're like, once a month? You know, the grass is, everything back in that creek in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks probably, depends on the rain. It needs to be cleaned again. So then we fall behind on that, and we're dealing with other issues that come up that get, you know, put on top of that one. So then he has to try to reset what his team is actually doing to address it. So I think it's a combination of not enough resources. I think it's part of it is we just have to kind of stick to that schedule. But we also need to make sure that when we stick into the schedule that we're being responsive to the customers in 311, because you're right. There's some of the things we heard last night at the budget meeting is people they find that tickets have been closed and the item and the issue has not been addressed. So we have to do a better job of communicating with our citizens. We also need to do an educational thing, and I think Mr. Jackson has been working with Dr. Malik, because some of the things that we're looking at and thinking that we need to clean and take care of are not the city's responsibilities. And I think we have gotten into I want to say we've gotten into the movement of taking care of some properties that are probably not ours. Now, don't get me wrong. We have a lot of property that is ours, and I do see some of the correspondence going back saying, well, maybe they just need to ask for it be deeded over to them. That's not the solution. If it's our property, we need to take care of it. I don't disagree with you at all. So those are some of the things that we need to start doing a better job. Our property, if it's on our easement, we need to take care of it. If it's their property, the citizens need to know what does fall under us to take care of. Because I think we've just been going out to some resources, some areas that are not ours.
May I respond, Mayor Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And thank you for that explanation, Administrator Allen. I'm going to touch on each thing that you said. As far as the resources are concerned, that's budgeting. And so because we are consistently having this conversation, we as a body have to come together instead of, sometimes I hear comments from the dais is, it just looks bad out there. It looks bad out there. Well, we have to, as they say in the private sector, put our money where our mouth is. So if we're saying it looks so bad, we've got to make sure that we're putting the money where we're saying it looks bad. And if maintenance, landscaping, all of these things that I put on there, if that's an issue, we've got to put the money to be able to fund it. So we need to come up with a solid plan as far as that budget is concerned, where it comes to whether we're doing a consolidation or we're keeping it separate. How much is it going to cost to maintain the properties that we're supposed to maintain? Back to the schedule. I'm just going to throw this out there because I've gotten Oats Creek since I've been on the commission. That's not something that's done once a month, but it does need to be done yearly, and I believe it's done annually. Is that correct, Dr. Malik? If you want to come up, please, or I'm sorry, Mayor Johnson, can
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Malik come up?
Yes, ma'am. Come on, Dr. Malik.
I apologize. Oats Creek is typically done once a summer, correct? Or once, how are we doing that right now?
So, yes, it was done before COVID once a year, but after COVID, really, we have not done it. So we just started now at your request.
Okay, so again, since I've been on this dais and I've been making the request, because my requests are consistent for my areas, but Oats Creek is in fact our responsibility. So if it was being done once a year prior to COVID, it needs to go back to being done once a year. So that's not something that we need to pull somebody away from a schedule. It just needs to already be on the schedule. So we know on May the 1st, we're doing Oats Creek, and the people are there to do Oats Creek. So that's the type of schedule I want. I get that constituents may call in and they have emergencies. I know that we're working through getting our crews together. I understand that. However, the things that are on the schedule need to be done. Oats Creek is one of them.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Director.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so let me clarify. The Oats Creeks is totally a different water body compared to others. That creek was improved and lined with the federal funds. So it is under the jurisdiction of Corps of Engineers. And they come out periodically, mostly when they come out the levee, they do the levee. So these are two structures which is has the federal funds. So the Corps has jurisdiction, and they want to make sure that is maintained. So primarily is reaction, you can call it, to that inspection. When they come out, they work with us. Okay, we're coming out on this date, then we go out and that's what we do it. So I don't want to confuse Oats Creek with the rest of the creeks. Because the creeks are not the city property.
Right, but Oats Creek is.
Yeah,
Oats Creek, we are to maintain it. And so that's what I'm saying. I understand that it's not all the creeks, but whatever creek we are supposed to maintain, because when people come out to inspect it, anything that belongs to the city, as Administrator Allen just stated, we need some type of schedule, whether it's, I get it may not be tomorrow, but there needs to be a schedule in place. And I know we're working on trying to get more crews because we're short crews, and that's typically the response I give people. I let them know, hey, we had 8 or 9 crews, we're down to about 2. So it's going to be a wait. And I apologize for that wait, but it's going to be a wait. But the things that we can do, what we can handle, we need those items, we need those areas on a schedule. And so that's what I'm requesting. The last thing was GIS maps. And my question was, because Dr. Malik, you do a wonderful job at when I'm sending in a request, you say, let me check that out to see if that's our property or the constituents or the property owner's property, where that line is. So is there something, does GIS maps have a feature where it would allow us to quickly like do a live capture? Is that possible? Where we can actually look at it? I know we go to GIS map, but sometimes Dr. Malik has to send someone out. So can we actually do a live view from GIS maps?
Yeah, so normally, I'm just gonna respond to that. We have to verify whether city has an easement or not, and that's not in the GIS. So we have to go to courthouse and all, because some of these older area, the older city area, we really have to go back into courthouse to dig it out. For example, Pepper Spring is 1819 subdivision, and we have to look at all that. So that's what when it comes to the easement, not the right-of-way. Right-of-way only time we do is if there's a tree somewhere, at the boundary line, we got to verify whether it is in it or not. But primarily the easement, and that's what most of the requests are, the easement cleaning, ditch cleaning also. Because city, and we as a city staff, has to have legal access to get to that.
Okay. And so for the alleys, because I know you also made a suggestion, Dr. Malik, that we need to kind of take a look at the inventory as far as the alleys are concerned, and like we've had those discussions. So that's why I put that in this request as well, because if it's an alley and we're saying that we no longer service those, we do need to get that messaging out. And it needs to be spread, because what we'll hear a lot, I'm not sure about you all, but what I hear a lot is, well, you all were doing it 10 years ago, but times have changed. So if we can consistently get that messaging out that the city is no longer responsible for this area. That way those neighborhoods can plan. I don't know how we do that from a legal aspect if the area actually belongs to us or if we were maintaining it, but something needs to be done sooner rather than later, because I'm telling you, and Administrator Allen, because I include you in on every single email. You're probably like, I know what this is before I even open it. So, but we've got to do something about that. So I'd like for us to really look into the alley component as well to see what we're going to do with that moving forward. And then just regular trash pickup. I would like to say publicly, this may be dangerous, right? But I'm going to. We've got to be our brother and our sister's keeper, right? There's people that are dumping this trash. And so how do we monitor that? Does that not mean that we don't go back? Like if it's a thoroughway and there's a lot of trash, yes. But encourage your neighbors, encourage people around you, hey, don't dump that trash. Like pick up your trash. And I'm not telling you to be confrontational with people, but by the same token, if you see someone that's coming and they're illegally dumping trash and they're dumping these large tires and mattresses and things like that, and you get a glimpse of their tag number, can you please send that to us as well? So then you may not want to get involved, but we can report it to the marshal's office or to the sheriff's office. Because a lot of my areas, and I was just talking to one of my constituents in the audience who's no longer here right now, but a lot of my areas, there's a lot of illegal dumping going on, and it looks horrible. But I don't see that when I'm riding up and down other roads. And so how do we get a hold of that? Like, what do we do to control that? And I don't have the answer to it, but something needs to be done because it looks terrible. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Malik, you said that listening to the administrator, we don't need to be cutting other people's properties. I know you said that we don't cut the core property. What about GDOT's property?
The city has an arrangement with the GDOT. Only for 13.4 miles or entryways, which city maintain those under that, and GDOT pay the normal fee. They pay whatever, how they came up. I think it's $48,000 that city gets.
So how much does the city pay out for it to be cut? If we get paid 48, how much do we pay out?
So it's around $22.50 per linear mile. per cut. So.
You know exactly what GDOT paid us, but it's odd that we didn't know what we paid out. Federal land, state land, or do we do any of that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only one because of the entryways, and at some point, city didn't make that arrangement, or that it was not happening the way city would like to see, a number of cuts and all that. So that's what city took over. But if city can get out anytime city wanted to terminate that arrangement.
Okay. As far as these retention ponds, alleys, I know that farmers uses a weed killer that's EPA approved. Why don't we do that? Instead of having to go back and cut these retention ponds 2 or 3 times a year, why don't we use FDA approved weed killer? That way we hit it one time. It's a lot easier paying one man to go spray a detention pond instead of paying $7,000 to $17,000 to a company to cut it, and then 3 months later we got to cut it again.
I mean, we can look at that, but we have to be careful. Still, we have to maintain the vegetation to protect the banks and everything else from erosion and all of that stuff. So right now, it's once a year, 147, 48 ponds city-owned.
Right.
The rest are the private, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry? What about spraying the vacant lots, which is a big issue that's habitual in some of our colleagues' districts?
I mean, we can explore, yes, we can explore that option. On that, they do spray some of like weed killers and all that, but not killing the actual grass, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you got products out there that would just kill specific. You know, what that would do, Dr. Malik, I'm not telling you your business. You engineer, you run that department. But you're short on resources, short on staffing, you're short on crews. But, by trying to think outside the box, it might open up some opportunity to where you can get on schedule. That's all I'm saying.
So, if I may, vacant lot is different, it's a cost recovery. So, really, we have to look at the fee structure for that. Really, it's not like cutting the right of way or the city-owned pond.
Right.
The challenge I have, I look at back 2024, on average, we get only 5 inmate crew on average. We got throughout the year. That also includes the 2 crew, which environmental services is supposed to get.
You cut it one time, spray the weed killer, you ain't got to worry about using the prison crew.
And we have 380 square mile, we have 1,100 more a mile, only 186 central line miles in District 2. It's just the balancing all that.
Dr. Malik, where you said that, you recoup your money by cutting these vacant lots or demolition of the houses, you couldn't survive if you operated a company doing that on, spending $400,000 or $500,000 demo houses, only get $48,000 in return. That's not a good return on investment. So we got to think outside the box, and that's where you get paid the big dollars to help us come up with ideas, and that's what I would like for you to do. Thank you.
I don't think big dollar. I think so.
All right. Commissioner from the 7th, Commissioner Tina Slindeck.
Thank you very much. Just like Commissioner Pulliam, probably 80% of my emails and phone calls are about grass cutting, debris, vegetation and everything. And I really hope that you guys that are working on it, Mr. Jackson and Dr. Malik, on getting something together that we can share with our citizens, because you're correct, the administrator's correct. There are a lot of calls I get for things that probably the owners need to be taken care of. And on my street, I've got a guy with 6 feet of bamboo growing out and blocking a curve, and he insists it's a county easement, so he won't cut it. It's not a county easement. But, you know, I think we need to let these people know that this is your responsibility. A lot of it's your responsibility, and I hope that soon that will be coming out so we can share that and maybe lighten y'all's load some too. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Schlindak. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Commissioner Pulliam, I appreciate you bringing this up. I think we all, to your point, all receive these calls, and understandably, our community wants to see these things taken care of. A couple things in here. Dr. Malik, can you clarify, so when 311 creates a ticket based on a constituent's concern about, you know, grass cutting and all of that, what's engineering's response when those tickets are created by 311?
So it called a work request, and then engineering creates the work order from there, and then assign that work order to the crew, depending on, you know,
so when you
work orders and the resource, and then we just kind of, you know, but we try to address work order in the same area, you can call it grouping them, so we can get more, you know, efficiency out of that instead of moving them around one corner to the other.
So the work request is created by 311. It's assigned to engineering. You all pull that work request and create a separate work order for it?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So what happens to the work request that 311 created and that the constituent is calling and blowing 311 up about trying to get a status on? What happens to that work request?
My understanding is that request stay open till the work is complete.
So, and this may be for you or it may be for the administrator. I know Ms. Walker's not here. How do the two communicate if that's the case? So if Dr. Malik pulls the work request from 311, engineering has it, they have the work request, they're working it, they're adding it to their rotation or schedule. How does the constituent at that point who created the request gain any level of communication or understanding if it's being worked, what's the status, when is it coming up, how does that work?
So as I understand it, they can actually inquire in the system themselves, or they can call 311 with that actual ticket number. But if 311 goes in to look at that ticket number and sees that it's closed on the other side, they're going to tell them that that item has been closed.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're running to the issue, because the constituents that I'm getting from District 5, they're saying, hey, I've called numerous times, and I'm not seeing any response on it. 311 is saying, hey, we're sending these to engineering, and I don't know if engineering is closing them to create a separate one. Are the two systems not synced to where there's transparency across the board? I think the biggest thing what Commissioner Pulliam is bringing up is there's not full transparency for me as the initiator opening up a ticket with 311, who, by the way, for the public, 311 is not the group that initiates the action. They are our pass-through to give it to the departments. Because 311 is getting a bad rap on this, that they're not doing anything, and it's not necessarily that they're not doing anything, they're passing it to the departments, but right now, we're missing like a significant piece in the communication between 311 and the party that it's being assigned to. And I think that's where Commissioner Pulliam and a lot of our concerns are, because I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, I tell my folks, if you've reached out to 311 a couple times and haven't gotten a response or haven't seen anything, then reach out to your commissioner, and then we reach out to the directors from there. And I think that's where also adds another layer of interruption, because you're responding to all of our requests outside of the request that was created in 311. How do we streamline this process? And Madam Administrator, I don't even want to belabor this any longer because it's a procedural issue that's broken. So I know Commissioner Pulliam has made a motion for this, and I'm in support of you all kind of breaking down the communication barriers so that we can get our community more clear about how we're supporting and responding to the issues. Because right now, it sounds like there's a significant breakdown in all of this. So I may have regurgitated a lot of what everybody's saying, but let's fix the communication gap for sure, because our folks are looking for the two entities to communicate effectively so that they can get feedback, and right now they're not getting that.
No, I agree with you, and I brought it up previously. I just gave up. The system does need to be reviewed, and how this because we were closing the word request in the past, creating work order, but there was messages we're not getting out the way it's supposed to be. So
well, we just hired a permanent CIO. We have a great 311 manager, and we got a great engineering director with a great administrator. I'm sure all this greatness can bring us a solution.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you so much. To just make clear what I know, Administrator Allen, that you're not going to actually create the schedule. So I know that you're going to go to to Dr. Malik and request that, I know you all are going to get together to do this. So I wasn't tasking you with that, but I'm tasking you with getting that schedule. So I just wanted to make sure that portion was clear. And then for the 311, the quick reference part was literally so they could have a schedule in front of them, whatever schedule you all come up with, when we get to that point. And I don't think that's going to happen tomorrow. I'm being honest, but I would like to see something within the next 60 days, if possible. So if we could write down that as a timeline, 60 days. I'm willing to put in overtime on my email up until that point, and I don't even get paid overtime, but that's okay. But with that being said, I want something to be there as a quick reference for those problematic areas, the ones that I literally send emails about and my colleagues send emails about every single year. And I know the areas that are not ours are not going to get included. And so as soon as Dr. Malik says in an email, Commissioner Pulliam, that's not our area, I let my constituents know, hey, that's not the city, that's private property. And so we handle those accordingly. But I want to schedule there, and I would like for 311 to have a copy of this schedule. That way, when constituents are calling in, as soon as they give the address, almost something can pop up as an alert. You know what I mean? And so I know then I'm asking you to create programming, but in my mind, that works. Because when I put in your address and I'm creating your work order, as soon as I put in Oats Creek, it pops up to be cut on May 20th. And so that's there. So whatever areas, whatever right-of-ways, there's just this flag that goes up and it gives 311 a date. So I'm sure that can be done. So getting something like that would be very helpful because then the constituent knows. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Dr. Malik, one question. If we were to put a schedule in place, how much confidence do we have we'll be able to adhere to it? Because you don't want to put something up on a website, and that creates a whole nother problem.
that's the challenge I have. I say, not having the known resource, and primarily we depend on the inmates, we have the vegetation workshop, all of the things, so my request for related 14 crews so we can do something, not knowing how many crews are going to get today or tomorrow is very difficult to comply with the schedule. And that's the kind of reservation I have, that as a director, when I put the schedule, you're all going to hold me to that schedule, but if I don't get the resource I'm built on, like I'm assuming I'm going to get 6 crews, and this is scheduled, but I'm going to end up getting on average 4 crews, that schedule will not match. So that's the balancing, how we're going to balance that, So.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions for Dr. Malik.
All right, Dr. Malik.
So just a question for you. I see every once in a while, I know we have a couple of tractors that hit some of the right-of-ways, especially out in the southern part of the county.
Yes, sir.
Is it 1 or 2 that we have? I usually just see one guy with the long hair. He's been around for a long time. Yeah. He does a pretty good job. But anyway, is there a reason why they drive back and forth to Tobacco Road every day? It just seems like a lot of wear and tear on those tractors when wherever they finish mowing for the day, they could park the tractors on the right of way like we see when the crews are out, before the Masters gets here, or just like they just came through town mowing the interstates. Wherever they get finished for the day, they park their tractors, somebody picks them up, and I guess they go back home or wherever they're staying. So is there a reason why we don't park the tractors overnight where they finish cutting? It just seems like a lot of empty time in a tractor going back and forth across the county to Tobacco Road to park a tractor.
Yeah, so we do have what we call the suburban schedule, and that's what they do, have a list here. But safety is a concern, the equipment living on the side of the road, so.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying park it right on the side, but I mean, there are places to pull them off and get them out of the way. So are we afraid of them getting stolen, or are we just afraid of some future lawsuit that may or may never come?
I mean breaking and all that stuff, so, But I can look at the Explorer, if there's a place somewhere near.
I'm just thinking of the wear and tear on the tractor, just driving it back and forth on, I passed a guy twice last week on Old Waynesboro Road because they were working on cutting Hepsmith Bean Road, and he was driving back and forth to Tobacco Road, and that's when I kind of picked up on what was happening. I'm like, why are you going back and forth? But then I realized where he was going. But
that's a long way.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles on a tractor that we don't really have to do just because we're afraid of what if.
Sure, definitely I will explore, how we can minimize that.
All right, colleagues, we've been talking about this grass cutting for a minute now. We've been talking about planning to cut the grass for a minute. We either need to vote this up. Madam Administrator, where are you at first of the year talking about consolidating the grass cutting? Is this a conversation we can wait for the first of the year, or because putting a schedule in place does no good if we're not going to hit our schedule?
So part of it was we were going to come back to you during budget time, because we're going to make sure that we do have, to Commissioner Pulliam's point, make sure we do have adequate, or recommend at least adequate funding and resources to make sure that we address all of the needs.
Okay, so is this something, Commissioner Pulliam, with your permission, is this something we could hold off through budget season, at least have the continued conversation to see? Because Dr. Malik has stated releasing a schedule does no good if you can't adhere to it. I think that'll only make the constituents more irate, saying that they said it's going to cut my grass on July 30th, and here we are 6 months into it. I'm quite sure you could produce a schedule, but it means nothing if you can't drive compliance to it.
Right, and so Mayor Johnson, if I may.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, awesome. So what I would like is I would still like that schedule to be worked on, because you're going to need the schedule anyway to know what you're going to need to budget. So the schedule still needs to happen, because then that schedule is going to let me know how many crews I'm going to need, when they're going out. So the schedule is one of the first things. Am I correct in my thinking? That you'll need to have a schedule to know how much money you need to maintain that schedule. Is that correct?
Yes, the schedule and the resource both.
They work in tandem.
Yeah, they're integrated.
Right. So we still need our schedule.
Dr. Malik, do you have a schedule that you've used previously when it comes to all of these, the right-of-way and retention and detention ponds?
Engineering took over Mint in 2011, and to my knowledge, really, there was no set schedule from moving onward at that time. So public service may have it, but they have a lot more in-house workforce and a lot more inmates,
All right. So how do we get to this proposed schedule?
Right. So I want to. Commissioner Garrett has something he wants to say, but I believe together, Administrator Allen, Dr. Malik, all of that can be working together. And again, I have total faith in the two of them to come up with a schedule, proposed budget, and everything else. But I yield to Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. Commissioner Garrett, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I just have this question for all of us. If we don't have a schedule already in place or know what the schedule is, how do we know what to expect out of our contractors, and how do we know what they're cutting, how they're cutting? I mean, where's the accountability in that aspect if there's not already a schedule in place?
So there's two parts to it. What we're really discussing is the non-contracted work. Yes, the contractor work has a schedule and has the terms and conditions, and we have all those entryways, like 158 linear miles of that, or the county forces.
Okay.
Really, the discussion is the ditches and all of the things.
So-
The ponds we cut once a year, but that's, yeah.
So we do have a schedule for the contractors. All right, so how hard would it be, instead of having like a very specific schedule of this is the date we're gonna cut this road or this ditch or this retention pond, why not just set up like a route around the county of this is the route that these crews, whether we have 10 working one day or 5 the next day, they're gonna stay on the same route all the way around the county. And that way we can kind of take into effect, hey, when people are calling, we can kind of say, hey, where are they at this week? And, you can say, hey, they're on Bungalow Road. I'm like, okay, so they're headed this way. So we'll be able to kind of say, hey, they'll be there in a couple weeks. Just so we can kind of have an idea of what to expect, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think outside the box here. I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. If, for example, we have eight districts or 8 and then 2 super districts. So if I have 10 crews, yes, I can allocate 1 or 2 crews to each commission districts and all that. And, believe it or not, when I joined engineering, I pushed it, so we created 2 floating crew for the same other purposes, that schedule won't mess up, but then not having enough workforce, those 2 floating crew also got pulled into the regular crew. So, yes, if we get 10 crews, then we can allocate to each commission district, and maybe where is more need, we can put 2 are there, then we can do that, and that's something probably we were going to discuss, so how to, come up with a schedule.
All right. Colleagues, we got to get to this. So the motion is on the floor. Well, not a motion, the recommendation is a motion to have the administrator create a rotation schedule for maintenance.
And
Go ahead. Commissioner Pulliam.
because I keep talking out of turn. Thank you, Mayor Johnson. So I can modify my motion because I hear people are wanting, well, my colleagues, not people, sorry guys. My colleagues are wanting to hear that it's the administrator and the engineering department. So I'm going to modify it to say motion to approve the administrator in conjunction with the engineering department, creating a rotation schedule, and then the rest of it.
What about the other grass cutting responsibilities of other departments? Dr. Malik, you mentioned there's someone else that also, who else?
So which one?
You mentioned that there's someone else that's responsible for cutting some of the right-of-ways, or are you good with being the one to recommend the schedule? Is there anybody additional you need to have as part of this conversation?
No, engineering is responsible for the right-of-way.
All right. The commissioner from the second has amended her motion to include the administrator and the engineering colleagues. Let's vote. Commissioner Rice? All right. All right. Is there a second to that motion?
Ms. Pulliam?
Pulliam made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Rice. Let's vote. Time frame, say within 90 days?
60
I said 60 days.
60 days.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let's vote.
It's unanimous.
Madam, let's gladly move on to the next item.
Item 29, discuss and set streetlight fees for 2025 and amend the streetlight ordinance accordingly as needed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Interim Director Schreier.
Good afternoon. Of course, we have handouts. Can't do this without a handout.
Besides the ones we have here?
Here, I take.
Okay. I'll hand them on down because he's working out. All right, Director, let's move, sir.
Good afternoon again. Based on the conversations we had last week, we've adjusted the proposed streetlight fees. The new rates are $115 for residential, $190 for commercial. Exempt property is at $115. The residential property that is currently unbilled would have a base fee of $57.50, and the urban parcels would have a fee of $115. On the urban parcel, $85 would be transferred from the urban service M&O, and there would be another line item for $30 as a streetlight fee on their bills. This would give us a surplus of $720, which would offset our current deficit in the fund balance, or $720,000, which would offset our deficit in our fund balance within 2 years. The recommendation again is to include all unbilled parcels, implement a fee structure with a cost escalator, revise the streetlight ordinance, which we have, strategically plan for future infill, and establish a 2-month fund balance.
That concludes your presentation?
That's all.
All right. Chair.
We should have started with 10.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
I'm looking at this because I want to make sure I'm not overlooking something. What's going to be oh, it says right there. See, I did overlook it. So this is going to be a $30 increase? That's per year?
Yes, ma'am.
So $30 increase per year on their property tax bill?
It'll be a line on the property tax bill, yes.
Okay. All right. Is this in line with other areas? And when I say other areas, is this in line with what other maybe neighboring municipalities are doing? Who else is doing this and it's been working?
It's hard to compare because there are different methodologies. We looked at Columbia County and quite honestly, I couldn't figure out how they're charging their streetlight fees because I don't know what their methodology is. This is the methodology that was adopted previously that will get away from the paying on the linear foot or the frontage, a way to do away with that and just go with a base fee per parcel. And this also does exclude the Epsiba and Blythe.
I'm sorry, it excludes what?
Epsiba and Blythe properties.
Epsiba and Blythe properties, okay. So the overall benefit, not just the projected revenue, but what's the benefit to our constituents for going this route?
It balances the streetlight fund, which is my overriding concern that fund is in a deficit right now and we need to increase the revenues. Okay. The ultimate benefit is if we don't do anything, that deficit will grow and eventually the auditors will come along and say, that's no longer a special revenue fund. That needs to be folded into the general fund. So now all of a sudden you have to cover that with your M&O.
So it could potentially increase anyway if we don't do something about it right now. Is that what I hear you saying?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. With this $30 increase a year, yes, and we're still waiting on information from Georgia Power
how do we know that the increase won't go up more or come down less? Because here we are today, like we was last year, 4 years ago, with a street light, trying to budget the street light, and here we are again, debating at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, whatever time it is. I can't hear or see right now. And is this justifiable? Because not only are we doing a $30 increase for streetlights, we're also about to do increase with our trash. And in addition to just collecting the trash, we also looking at taxing the community constituents with, if we want recycle, we still have to pay additional. So when do we show them some relief? Because we know cost of living is going up, and especially in District 1 and 2, our constituent is going to have to balance. Do they pay for their medicine, or do they pay $30 a year for street light with the additional money for trash collection and recycling? And then we got something, I think the next thing we got on there about the millage rate. So I don't know what the answer is, but I know we do have some hard questions that it's hard decision that we're gonna have to make. This is not an easy task. And then, of course, we need an answer today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. If this is gonna go out on the 2025 tax bill, we need to have an answer by, I think the tax commissioner said he wants to send out the bills or send the process to on August 19th. So we do need an answer relatively quickly. So it doesn't have to be today, but I'd probably say next week would be the drop dead latest that we could do something.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Chair recognizes Commissioner Barnhill-Turnley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for Mr. Schroeder. If I understand you correctly, this $30 increase will basically put us even in 2 years?
It will eliminate the fund deficit. Right now, we have about $1 million, a little over $1 million in our fund is in the hole.
Okay.
So what this does, this will eliminate that deficit, make the fund solvent. Then after that, once we get to a place where we're solvent, then the excess funds can be used for infill, for adding streetlights. So in case we have any other cost overruns, so in case Georgia Power does increase their rates, we won't have to come back and have this discussion, have a $30 increase. Right. We can look at that. If we have a escalator in there, that should eliminate the need for coming back unless there's a big change in the plan.
Okay. Now, I know District 4, we normally use Jefferson. Most folk in my district use Jefferson Electric. Are they figured into this calculation as well?
Yes, ma'am. This is it includes costs from Jefferson Electric, Georgia Power, and then the 6,000 streetlights we own.
So if I'm understanding correctly, that means until we get solvent, we can't have any more streetlights. So we're going deeper in the hole?
If you don't do anything today, yes, ma'am, you're going to go deeper in the hole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turnley. Chair recognizes Commissioner from Needs, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Strayer.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Continue. My apologies.
Tim, quick question. I see where it's basically a $30 increase to the urban tax district. What is the increase to the suburban tax district?
For
residential.
Residential for properties that are currently being built is a $30 increase.
For suburban as well?
Suburban as well. It's the implementation of a base fee of the $57.50 that is one of the key components of this proposal.
And also, in the urban district, is the commercial rate the same as it is in the suburban district?
Commercial are billed separately. So this is urban residential.
Okay. Just checking.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, this has been no secret that we always had a deficit in our street light. Ain't no doubt about that. And the last time we worked on it together, Tim, it was when I was in office previous. But I'm looking at the amount of street lights versus what we have now, and it's considerably different by thousands, but we only increased our population by 7,000. So we were given false numbers in order to put this package together back in 2018, I believe it was. But, you know, I'm sitting here looking at, I'm a commercial property owner, a couple of them, and I realized the importance of street lights for me on my properties. I actually, to get Georgia Power for street lights, it's $35 to $40 per street light on, to get Georgia Power to turn it on. And if you look at the, you know, that's $420 a year just to have one light. I think what we need to do is, with what we face and with this trash, and hopefully Dr. Malik will get a response back from Coastal. I had sent in a couple of questions for that to try to reduce our exposure. And I know the street light is another issue. But I think what we need to do is look at what we got going for our citizens. I understand that, including my resident, my power bill went up considerably. Wife steadily reminded me of it. And I think what we need to do is just do a modify your number some. Instead of, right now, the residents are paying $85 currently. And in this proposal, you got it going up to $115. I'd like to move it from $85 to $95, a $10 increase. That should be easy sell. On the commercial side, you know, we're saving the commercial businesses from $340 for one street light, you know, reduce them increase it from $190 to $275. Now, also on that commercial side, we got exempt properties. Now, on the exempt properties, the way I look at it, we supply road, we maintain all the roads, we provide police protection, fire protection, and there's no incurred cost to an exempt piece of property. I believe that if you incurred the same cost as a commercial piece of property, you're still below the threshold of what Georgia Power or Jefferson Electric would charge. So I would also exempt piece of property, keep them at $275. Now, for the people of the 15,882 residents that doesn't have street lights, hopefully we're going to have enough money set aside to where we can take care of these neighborhoods, these residents, especially out in District 8, Willis-Foreman Road. They put street lights up there on the top end of Windsor Spring Road, and we blessed to have it out there, number one for safety. And one, if you see anything in the middle of the road, you could avoid it. So I would like to keep them, you had them at
5750, basically
okay.
half the.
Let's look at doing it $45. What this is going to generate is $8,757,435. It's $1,000 above what you had proposed, but at least I'd rather have money in there to take care of and implement street lights. Hopefully the John Ursery could implement them, or we get Georgia Power, since they're doing that proposal to us, non-solicited proposal. And hopefully, if they can save us money, we could look back at this and reduce our cost to the citizen. That's what I'm thinking.
I'd have to run the numbers through my schedule, but just on the Georgia Power side, from what I've been told by engineering and streetlights, I don't think there's going to be a reduction in that cost. You know, it could be a significant increase to have Georgia Power take over the 6,000 streetlights. But we don't have those numbers yet, so I don't, that's just,
And I believe George Power also stated that they're going to keep their rate flat for the next 3 years. Is that correct?
I believe it's 3 to 5 years. I don't recall
Okay.
the specifics.
At least this will hold for right now for us until we, once we implement neighborhoods, put streetlights in, we could naturally go from $45 to $95 to help offset the cost. It would be nice to have a multiplier built in, no different than utilities, but not 3%. We need to come up with a solution to where it's not astronomical, where it's a soft hit.
The proposal, the information included last week, it was the greater of the southeast CPI, or 3.5%, would be the multiplier, would be the increase.
Right. So if you look at your multiplier at 3.5%, that's 2.5 mil that you're going to be kicking in every year on your 3%, or two. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Let me back up on that. But let's look at this multiplier not on the CPI, based on the CPI, because if they're going to stay flat, let's look at 1.5. Let's look at 1.5%, what that would generate as well. But at least you got a number to go with. Residential, urban, $95. Commercial, exempt, $295. The people that doesn't have street lights, $45, but we will be implementing street lights to them. They are riding on the roads throughout Augusta. So this hopefully will get us to where we need to be.
Is that a motion? That's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, is a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Administrator?
Just trying to make sure we clarify the numbers again. Is it, what was the commercial rate? 295?
Yes, ma'am.
So you wanted to, okay.
Exempt, $295. Urban and residential is $95. It's only a $10 increase. That's what I'm trying to do. We got a lot of citizens, senior citizens out there that's, dollars matter to them.
Mm-hmm. So
if anybody got a better idea, please.
All right.
So we could bring those numbers back.
Okay.
But again, our time is not our friend right now. We're putting a lot of things off. We have the SPLOS, we have this. I'm sure we're gonna have some interesting conversation on the next item.
Yep.
We got to get some of this done. The concern that I have is, and unfortunately, I will say this, it does not do me, our team, or, finance any pleasure in bringing you guys the real information. But as, that's fiduciary, what we're responsible for. We have to bring y'all the details. We have not, to Commissioner Guilfoyle's point, we have not done what we needed to address the streetlight situation. We've constantly kicked that can down the road, and now it's caught up with us again. Here is another thing that has caught up with us, and now we just have to make some type of decision. We are, again, Commissioner Guilfoyle's point, we'll run those numbers to see, but we're trying to become solvent in some of these funds that right now we have not been solvent. And in business world, you would do what you have to do to make sure things are solvent. And I think that's what people can hold us accountable for, is to make sure we're doing our fiduciary duties and getting some of this stuff cleaned up. I'll be honest, it's a lot of things that we seriously need to clean up. We're going to do our best to bring y'all recommendations during our 2026 budget that is going to hopefully identify some areas and things that we need to do a little better as far as finances go.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Schreier, does the suggestion that Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle put on the table, would that get us where we're trying to go? Is that something that we can live with for now?
I'd have to run the numbers, sir.
Okay.
I trust Commissioner Guilfoyle's numbers, but we'd want to drop them into our schedules, make sure that I didn't screw anything up anyplace else. But yeah, if those numbers work, then we can go with that.
All right.
What is the motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor?
Well, there is, the motion on the floor is to consider the numbers that Commissioner Guilfoyle have. Considering that they have to vet the numbers, I think it would probably be more appropriate for this body to give Tim and finance the opportunity to vet the numbers and then bring them back to the general bodies, if that's okay.
Yeah, and that was what I was going to suggest, that it comes back to us at our next special call.
Yep. Okay. All right. Without objection, it's this governing body's wish to use Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle's recommendations to finance to kind of vet the numbers and come back to the governing body at our next special call. Is there any objection to that? Hearing or seeing none, it's no objections. All righty, Madam Clerk, we got one last item. And one addendum item. I think this item here is going. Let's go with this last item, then we'll address the addendum item, Madam Clerk.
Item 30.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 30 is the motion to approve proposed 2025 mill rate for each taxing district, including county MMO, urban services, M&O, capital outlay fund, Blythe Fire District, M&O, fire protection, advertise the required 5-year history of the digest, and to schedule the date of August 19th, 2025 for the meeting to adopt the rates as proposed.
All right, Tim, you can just hand those right there so we can speak. Hand them to, there you go. We'll get them distributed. Thank you, sir. Interim Director Shearer, you have the floor, sir.
Millage rate, we all knew it was coming. Little background. These are the millage rates from 2005 to 2024. As you can see, our millage rate for 2024 is less than the millage rate in 2005. Since 2014, our millage rate has been reduced 3.32 mils. Based on the digest that we received from the tax assessor's office, if we go with the rollback rate of 6.277 mils for the general fund, we would be about 4.65 mils below the cap, which equals $39 million. You can also see urban, we're below by 17 mils, and fire by 1.6. This is the required 5-year ad that we need to run. And it shows, based on the rollback rate, that we would increase our revenues by $392,000. However, I would like to point out that this form is required by the state. We cannot change it at all. It assumes 100% collection, while we budget at 98%. Does not reflect any early discount payments, which is about $450,000. And again, it shows 100% year over year. So it does not present the actual collections. Based on the rollback rates, the general fund M&O would be 6.277. Urban services would be 3.403. Capital outlay would be 0.501. Fire protection would be 1.358. And the Blythe Fire District would be 1.923. As if we went with the rollback rate. However, it's my fiduciary duty to inform you of where we're at. As I stated in our budget retreat, we did have some concerns. And unfortunately, those concerns are coming to life. On the plus side, our electric franchise fee was $932,000 above our budget. Projections for sales tax are $4.2 million above budget. Again, our projection for ad valorem taxes based on the rollback rate is $1 million less than what we budgeted. So all in all, we're gaining about $4.1 million in revenues. Unfortunately, we've had some unexpected expenses this year. First two are from the HCD grant. We were able to transfer $3 million of the $6.5 million grant funds that had to be replaced. HCD had $3 million in their account that we were able to use. That leaves $3.5 million that has been, well, it's been returned to Treasury. It's an unrecognized expense at this time. Additionally, there was a penalty of about $2.2 million that needs to be addressed also. The big one, employee health care. As we all know, we're self-insured. And when it comes to self-insurance, you have good years and you have bad years. This is a bad year. So right now we're looking at a projected deficit or expense over budget of $7.8 million.
Continue, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. In speaking with the Sheriff's Department, their Axon contract has an unbudgeted increase of $4 million. And again, with healthcare, the prisoner costs, their healthcare is in the big driver, that's $1 million. So right now we have a projected $15 million of unbudgeted expenditures, giving us a net of a $10 million or almost an $11 million deficit coming into 2025. To deal with this deficit, there are two options. Option one, we can use fund balance. The fund balance is currently at $43 million, while we're still awaiting refunds or reimbursements from GEMA. But this is as of 12/31/24. The other would be increase the millage rate. The recommendation would be to increase the millage rate by 1 mil. A mil is worth about $8 million. So we'd still have a little bit of a deficit, but maybe with revenues that were unanticipated or controlling some expenditures, we could cover that last $2 to $3 million. That would be for the general fund only. The other urban services, capital, fire protection, would all go with the rollback rate. The effect on a $200,000 house, and that is the median price in Augusta, would be $89.33 a year. The proposed timeline here is for the rollback rate. If you do decide to increase the millage rate, there's a different set of criteria that we have to follow, which includes having 3 public hearings and additional advertisements, which would add a week to this process. If it's adopted today, we'd post the 5-year history prior to August 12th, and then on August 19th, the commission would adopt the final millage rates. The request today is to approve the 2025 millage rate for each taxing district, advertise the 5-year history, and schedule a date of August 19th, 25 for adopting the rates as proposed. This is for the rollback rates. Again, if we do go with a millage rate increase, that would push it out probably another week. Any questions?
Well, Interim Director Shire, this is certainly an interesting way to end the afternoon, almost. I can tell you this is a very serious and concerning matter regarding our government, in that here we are in August and realizing we have a significant shortfall that we need to cover. As you know, I'm not a supporter of passing on anything additional to the taxpayers without at least having a solution to how we could perhaps on the expense side reduce. So we're going to go through the queue here, We're going to start. I see Commissioner Brandon Garrett. You're up first, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to address Mr. Schreier.
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
All right. First of all, I'm going to start on page 7 of your presentation. Those healthcare costs that you're showing, is that the total cost of healthcare, or is that only what the county pays?
That is what is unbudgeted. So we budget our employee benefits fund is about $32 million.
Okay.
So usually at the end of the year,
And out of that 32 million, what percentage does the employee pay?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I can get that for you.
I think it's 22%. Is that?
If I may, we budget based on a theoretical premium because we're self-funded.
Well, I'm just saying that the employees here, I mean, and I'm one of them. I take advantage of the health insurance here because it is a fantastic deal. If you go to any other place and take a look at what health insurance costs, holy cow.
Yes.
So that's another one of those issues, just like we discussed with streetlights. We haven't addressed it. I mean, healthcare costs have not been passed down to the employees. The county has assumed them for many, many years.
Yes, sir, we have. And I know we have discussed it at least with the administration, and I believe we have talked to the commission at least once or twice in the last 5 years. This year, for the 2026 budget, it is critical that we raise that cost share.
Well, I mean, and typically, most places, I mean, I've worked for Fortune 500 companies to startups, and that rate has ranged anywhere from a 50-50 split to like a 40-60 as kind of an incentive to the employee. And when I heard that the county was paying 78% of the health care, it kind of blew me away. So that's definitely somewhere that we've got to address. I mean, and so I'm in agreement with you there. As much as I hate to say it, because it's a great deal.
Yes, sir. I mean, if I may,
and more people should want to come work for Augusta just for that part of it.
that has been one of the
All right, so page 9 on your proposed increase to the taxes. Help me understand something, Tim. Why is it only the county millage rate getting the increase when the urban service district is getting the rollback?
Urban Service District doesn't have any employees.
They have taxpayers.
Okay, we can, I mean, if, we tried to tie the expense to the funds where the expenses are recorded. So,
I mean,
Urban Service does not have any healthcare expenses. For the fire department, they're going to see a slight increase, but the way the insurance premium taxes have been running.
So are you telling me that the suburban tax district pays for all of the employee costs? Is that how you kind of allocate that?
There's some transfers, but for the most part, yes, between the suburban and the other funds.
Do you want me to pull the string some more? Can we go back to 1996, and one of the arguments against consolidation was the county is basically bailing out the city, and here we are once again clearly showing where the county is paying for a majority of the cost, and I just don't understand how you can be equitable and say we're going to implement a tax increase on everybody outside of the old city limits, and those of you that lived in the old city limits, congratulations, we're going to roll back your rate.
Well, if I may, the Urban Service District residents also pay the county M&O.
Once again, it should all be the same. I mean, it should be equitable across the board. I don't know how I go sell this to my constituents, because they're going to hear the Urban Service District's getting a rollback, we're getting a tax increase of $1 million. How do I, help me tell that to my constituents.
Well, the urban service district does not have a fire M&O. They also, until if approved, their streetlight fees came out of the urban M&O. So, and then there's a pension, old city pension that is funded from the urban M&O.
And tell me again why we still have 2 tax districts.
Because it would be next to impossible to eliminate them without causing great fiscal harm.
Describe fiscal harm.
There's not enough room within the different funds to absorb the money received by the urban service district. The urban service district brings in about $5 million for ad valorem taxes. And just like with the county M&O, there's a rollback rate. You can see there's a sales tax credit in the urban. That's about $7.2 million. If you eliminated the urban M&O, that money would go against the general fund or the county M&O with no increase in revenue.
So you're telling me there's no way to combine these two, even if it requires basically reconfiguring all of these millage rates for, I mean, you're going to have to reconfigure it for the county, you're going to have to reconfigure it for the urban in order for it to fit within our tax cap that, by the way, Richmond County is pretty certain it's the only county in the state that still operates under a tax cap, thanks to consolidation in 1996, because we assumed the tax cap that was implemented on the school system back then, but that's another.
That was self-imposed prior to 96, prior to consolidation.
So the county had a tax cap?
Yes, sir.
And the urban?
The county had the tax cap. I don't believe the city had the tax cap. So.
But the county, from the records that I've looked at, was only for the school system had the tax cap, not the county government.
No, sir, that was a self-imposed county.
Okay. But I'm just trying to wrap my head around this rollback for the urban district. I cannot tell my citizens, once again, it looks like you're funding the majority of the city.
Do you have a suggestion for the urban then, right, sir?
Do I have a suggestion? I don't even know how these numbers, I mean, why not do a $500,000 increase on both? What would that do?
Be $4 million for the county M&O, and the urban would not bring it. I don't believe it would bring in the $8 million. I don't recall what the urban value of a mill is right off the top of my head. So I can have that information for you, sir.
Can you also model this with the number of constituents that it affects, the county versus the urban and the dollars that are generated? Because I
still have one more question.
Okay.
And this question is for the administration. I know we're looking at $10 million shortfall, and we haven't even set a budget for next year. So at what point of this conversation and the budget conversation are we going to talk about making an 8% cut in this government?
10%.
Well, the cut will come when we start discussing the budget, and you'll recommend that there be a respective reduction by the budget by 8%. So for the 2026 budget, when we start continuing those discussions.
Which is next month.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because for whatever reason, we can't have these discussions to coordinate with one another. But I just, and I understand the numbers you've given us are already numbers that we have. We can't cut those numbers. I mean, the 6 million plus that we're paying out of HCD, I mean, we don't even roll or start unpeeling that onion, because I think all of us sitting up here know that number isn't all of it that is going to get paid. So that department in itself has put this government in dire straits.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. The sad part is we're asking the taxpayers to bail us out on that. And that's even more concerning. Commissioner Clark from the 5th, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so Commissioner Garrett hit a few of my points that I was going to bring up. Tim, I know you guys have been banging these numbers, and Madam Administrator, Maddie Sue, and team. All right, what other options did you all weigh with this? I mean, did we look at initiating some level of RAFs across our force to determine if there would be any level of balance or benefit to this issue that we're in? I mean, because right now we're putting the burden of mismanagement and otherwise on the taxpayers' backs, and we're the ones that have to stand in front of that and say, hey, this is what we need to do because of A, B, C, and D. Now, I get it. We're all elected officials to represent our districts and the county and city collectively. But what other options have we considered other than this?
At this point for this year, we have not. 60 out of the $206 million in the general fund for 2025, the general government operates about $60 million or controls $60 million of it. The rest of it goes to elected officials in various public safety, judicial services, and the other elected officials. So you're looking at trying to claw back $10 million in the last 4 months of the year.
Right.
I don't think that's doable, and maintaining the level of service that we currently have.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It just, this is horrible timing for all of this. I mean, we're literally in the midst of trying to determine the SPLOS, street lights, millage rate increase, and then roll all this into a very healthy, robust conversation about budget.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I get it, Tim. But
and again, the other option would be just say we're going to take it out of fund balance. That would take $11 million out of the fund balance, currently at $43 million. From what I've been told from Tetra Tech, we should receive most of the reimbursements from FEMA this year. Have a meeting.
And the fund balance took a hit because of Hurricane Helene costs and everything, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, it's just get a little accounting wonky on you, but it's the way, it's a timing, what we call a timing difference.
Yeah.
We had to recognize more expenses last year in '24 than we had receipts, so our fund balance went down.
Right.
In 2025, we'll get more reimbursements to cover what wasn't covered in '24, so we'll recognize that more revenue in '25. So at the end of the day, if everything works out, at the end of 2025, assuming we get all the reimbursements we're entitled to from FEMA in 2025, our fund balance should be relatively close to what it was at the end of 2024.
So do we know the dollar amount that we're expecting for FEMA reimbursement?
It's in excess of $50 million, and we received about $34 million in expedited funding.
Yes.
Okay, so we're still expecting about $16 million, roughly.
Yeah, a little bit more than that, roughly, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm assuming, Tim and Madam Administrator, we got to have this, of course, the same time frame we got to have.
Everything else.
Right.
Yes,
right,
sir.
Right.
Because all of this information has to go on the tax bill.
Okay, so Tim, what's your concerns with if we did pull it from the fund balance?
My main concern as always is using fund balance for operational costs.
Yeah, but that's what got us in, as a part of what got us in this deficit that we're in, because that's what happened.
Now, the operational costs, the HCD costs, in a normal year, if we're not dealing with Hurricane Helene, in a normal year, the recommendation would have been, we're going to eat that. It's going to come out of fund balance. That's what we have it for. But just because of the magnitude of Hurricane Helene and the timing, we're not sure if FEMA is going to give us all our money back. So that's my other concern, is at the end of the year, do we show a $60 million fund balance, or do we show a $9 million fund balance?
Yeah, and let's clarify for the record, the HCD debacle, I'll call it,
Yes.
had nothing to do with it, with Helene.
You're right, it did not. And
Okay,
as I
right.
said, in a normal year, if
But you're
North-
saying coupled with Hurricane Helene.
just the funding, how we look at the fund balance. I'm looking at how we look at the fund balance. And I know we're going to recover and we're going to be fine. But in the meantime, I need to make presentations to the bond rating agencies annually. And anybody else that looks at our financials said, what's going on here? Now, I can explain it. But if somebody doesn't take the time to ask, they're going to say Augusta's in trouble.
Yeah.
We're not, it's a timing difference.
I got you. So if we made the decision to pull it from the fund balance, and then when we have the budget cuts, make a significant, because we're going to have to make a significant amount of cuts to balance that out, what would be the recommendation with that?
The cuts?
Yes, sir. If we cut, let's say we cut across the board, whether it was workforce, whether it was NGOs, whether it was so many other different things that we're losing money on. Not saying the workforce is losing us money, but we need to get to a better balance of what we're having. Right now, we're carrying an overabundance of vacant positions. We're carrying positions that were paid for with ARP funds. We got an overabundance of NGOs. We got an overabundance of a loss from the prison. I mean, we got a lot of cuts we can cut from. We just got to make the doggone decisions to do it. But if we pull from the fund and then roll this into the conversation that we have to have, the hard, tough conversation we're going to have for this budget, where would that then put us? I mean, I guess so, because I know we're going to have to do some homework on it, Tim, but I'm kind of, I'm putting it out there because right now you're saying, hey guys, go out and be merry and tell your constituents we're about to raise taxes because, yeah.
If I may, the vacant positions, if you want to eliminate positions, it is going to have to be filled positions. During our budget, we account for vacant positions.
I got you.
We already budget for that. To see any true savings, you're sending people home.
I got you.
The NGOs, okay, we're one of the very few governments that funds outside organizations like we do. That's a political decision for y'all.
Yeah, and look, if I would ask you to say that again, because I'm telling you, I know we're one of the few that are doing it. But I'm just saying, right now, we got the decisions to make how we're going to do this. Going out selling a tax increase at this point in time with what we're up against and with a pending SPLOS, it's going to be a tough sell.
And as far as the level of service, I guess from my standpoint, I'd be looking to the body to determine what level of service do you want to offer the citizens. I can go in there and slice and dice and cut a budget. You're not going to like it. You're really not going to like it. But that's me being a CPA and just going, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, without taking into consideration, like this millage rate, I don't take into consideration the politics in this presentation. This is sharing with you this information that you need to know. So I would be looking to the body to say, what level of service? We just had the discussion about mowing the lawn, mowing grass. Do we eliminate that? Are you going to be satisfied with that? Recreation, parks and the facilities. We're supposed to get something in September. Do we just say, we're having 5 regional parks, everything else is done? Those are kind of tough decisions that need to be made if you're talking about across-the-board cuts of 8 to 10%.
All right. Commissioner Clark, you yield. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After hearing all this, I feel like we're probably not going to get too far with this today. Is there any way, I mean, if anybody's listening to this meeting, we've talked about streetlights today, we've talked about this tax rate, and what else, SPLOST. Is there a way that we can get together and come back and channel this and talk about these 3 items together? Streetlights, millage, because it seems like today we're not going to have we can't make a decision on this today. Because if we do, I got to say no, because my constituents who don't have lights out on Powell Road and everybody else in other districts, my colleagues have roads that don't have lights. I can't support any increase on that, and I can't support this millage rate. So is there a way we can push this and talk about it all in a special call meeting? I mean, we can talk about we got to talk about SPLOST, street lights. But we're talking about this, we're batting it back and forth, and I just don't see us getting anywhere with this today. I don't know.
We got a few other colleagues in the queue. Let's just keep working, all right? Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We need to make sure that while the media is listening in, we got a $206 million budget. That's it, not $1 billion. Out of that $60 million is how we fund the entire operation outside of elected officials such as the sheriff, the marshals, the judges, everybody. $60 million is only the money that we could play with to find this $10 million. Very difficult. We can't do it without the help of elected officials. We on the front line, if a tax increase, we the front line, front and center, we the target with the bullseye. It's an awkward position. It's not a good position to be in. But the way I'm looking at this, there should have been some indicators before we got to this point saying, hey, we get in trouble. It's $7.8 million in insurance. That's a big issue for me. Before I left, it was like $24 million self-funded. We decided to go self-funded. We had the Blue Cross Blue Shield, but we found it cheaper to do it ourselves. But it's up to how much now?
It's $33 million.
Plus the 7.8?
No, this year, yes, it'll be a plus the 7.8.
That'd be $40 million in health insurance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My mindset right now, because this is only to satisfy 2025. This ain't got anything to do with 2026 budget. If we do anything right now, we're going to have to turn around and do something in September, October, if we had to increase them. This is just to get us balance here, so where we can close out the year. Odd position to be in. I would say, let's take the money out of the fund balance for right now, but that'll give us time to do some. Now, my colleagues before, if y'all got a better solution, let's say it now. If we're going to raise the rate, the millage, let's do it now. Because when we start doing these hard decisions, if we got a RIF, if we got to cut, if we got to increase health insurance, which we're going to have to, everything that we're going to have to look at, there's not going to be a page unturned. I don't want to hear, well, people can't afford this. Well, we can't afford to keep going back to the citizens twice in 1 year for the millage rate. And then we got a $407 million splash that's supposed to be coming up in November. It's up to us how we're going to project this, because everything's about perception. My thing is, let's do the hard. We would try to do a right size in last year. It was more of, just feelings. I think we should. No, let's do some hard cuts that we need. If we have programs that's not in use, let's cut them. But come September, October, if we have to raise the millage rate, we'll focus on it then.
Or 26.
Yes, sir. But there's no reason to hit the apple twice, especially when it's going to be a watermelon coming back at us. So that'd be my motion, is pull out of the general fund just to carry us over until, Madam Administrator, we're going to have to lean on you. We're going to have to, you know, as well as we'd be happy to help. I know that you've got 11 people behind us, Dias, so we got 11 ways of saving money. Believe me, in 2008, when the market crashed, I went from $1.8 million in sales down to 700,000. I had to do a lot of diversifying. Guess what? I survived. My employees survived. The employees here will survive. But we're just going to have to make the necessary cuts. And we got to quit doing stuff like when somebody retires, somebody quits, they take their health insurance with them. That's foolish. Nobody does that. No company does that. You 5 years in service, you automatically in the pension. We got to move that to 10 years. That's, you know, simple things. Little things add up to large things. All the stuff that each department does for, sounds crazy, Christmas or any holiday. You know, the taxpayer's paying it. But we employees as Augusta Richmond County are no better than the taxpayer. We need to cut back where it's necessary. Can't have all these frills and all these whistles and stuff. But now, if my colleagues got a better decision, let's hear it. Because when we start making the cuts, I don't want to hear it. You know, please, let's talk it out now. It's still early in the day. Thank you.
Yeah, not hardly. Commissioner Guilfoyle has put forth a motion to fund the projected revenue shortfall of $10,891,780 from our fund balance. Is there a second to that motion, please? Is there a second?
There might be, but I have a question.
All right. Better keep it there. Let's go through Commissioner Garrett, you're next in line. Sir, you have the floor.
Can we pull the PowerPoint back up?
All right. PowerPoint back up.
Can you go to the last page? I'm sorry. Whatever the last graph was that you had up. Come on back. This one. All right. So if you look at the 2024 millage rate for the county and the urban, what happens if instead of doing the rollback and instead of doing the tax increase, or millage increase, excuse me, what happens if we just keep those rates flat? I know you still have to advertise it as a tax increase. I remember your predecessor schooling us on that.
Yes.
But I know that this was something that we did back in, was it 21 or 2020? My first couple years in office.
It was back in 2021. It would increase, I'm trying to remember, I think maybe $1 million if we kept the millage rates the same.
It only increases $1 million?
I don't recall off the top of my head, sir. I've been playing with these numbers for.
I have a feeling we're going to have to add this to the next special called meeting next week, just because of what we're all trying to digest here. Can you bring us those numbers too?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of, it's a lot easier to say we didn't raise the millage rate, we kept them flat, than to say.
Your cohorts in Columbia County have done that several times, and their response has been, well, yeah, it's just because the state tells us we have to have a millage rate advertised as a tax rate. It's not really a tax increase.
Right, well.
It's your rate stays the same. But I can have those numbers for you. I would like to point out that And I'm all in favor of deferring until next week, but it will push back sending out the tax bills for a little bit.
I'm sure the post office will be mad about not having us pay that postage.
We'll point out that last year the tax bills went out at the end of September, end of August, 1st of September, so.
So in regards to Commissioner Guilfoyle's motion, I'm not going to second it. I'm going to hold until next week.
I'm holding it next week. All right, so there's not a second. The motion fails today because of no second. We still got some colleagues in the queue. Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director, what is funded from the fund balance? What comes out of that balance, out of that fund?
Fund balance?
Yes.
Hopefully nothing.
So that's our reserves, that's our savings?
That's your reserves.
And what is that account balance right now?
Approximately $43 million.
Plus 18.
And I mean, I'm sure you said it earlier, but we've been talking a lot, so it probably didn't register with me. How would us taking this from our fund balance impact this general government?
Operationally, it would not.
Okay.
It would just be, there may be other questions from outside agencies which we could answer. We always try to either maintain or increase our fund balance. In 2023, the commission adopted a policy to get to 43% of our expenditures as our fund balance goal, which is $80 million. So right now, we'd be taking a step back. Again, that's explainable between Hurricane Helene, the unforeseen debacle with HCD, and a bad year for our health insurance. Those are all explainable. So operationally, it would not affect us.
Okay. All right. And just for the record as well, I want us to kind of, back up a little bit on blaming a lot of this on HCD. I know that there was a mess there, there was an issue there, but, we still don't know everything. We know enough, but, we hadn't raised our millage rate in how many years?
The last time we raised the millage rate was in 2014.
2014?
And currently, the 2024 rate is lower than it was in 2005.
And a lot of the revenue need that we have can be addressed by a raise at some point. And, I'm always trying my best to advocate to not raise taxes on folks. But I mean, the fact of the matter is Augusta has to grow at some point, and raising this would just get us out of the hole. But in the future, we have to bring in revenue. We talk a lot about bringing in revenue. We don't want to put anything off on the taxpayers. I get it. But I mean, Augusta can't operate like we are, a one red light town. That's just not who we are. So anyhow, I just want to make sure that we have an understanding of what that fund balance looks like and what would come out of it. But I'm also in agreement to wait until next week to kind of see how things look. But I just want to, always keep at the top of our minds as a body that we have to bring in funds somehow. And the reason we're having to discuss SPLOST and discuss streetlights and discuss all this other stuff is because we don't have a diverse stream of revenue coming into the city the way that we should. The city the size of Augusta should have more revenue streams than what we have. And this is something that I agree with our administrator on 100%, that at some point we're going to have to make that decision. Will our constituents be happy? No, but they're not happy about the grass not being cut. They're not happy about the trash. They're not happy about a lot of things. So, I mean, at some point we have to make those tough calls. But, at any rate, next week is fine. But I want to put that out there for the record that we have to look 20 years from now and not just at what's on our plate in November of this year. And final question, I yield the floor. We said that if we raise the millage rate, that SPLOST is going to fail. Has there been a time in the past where that has happened?
That SPLOST has failed because of a tax increase or millage rate increase?
Yes.
Don't believe we had a SPLOST in 2014, so the timing hasn't.
So where does that idea come from?
You'd have to ask your colleagues.
Thank you.
All right.
Is that a motion?
I don't think so. Well, here we are, folks. Obviously, we're going to move another item to next week. The motion from Commissioner Guilfoyle failed. to receive a second. So, Madam Clerk, it looks as though we're just going to receive this as information and be prepared for another long meeting on the 12th. We got one more item that's on the.
Number 30, receive as information with no
We're gonna receive-
objection.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Clark, you got something to add, or we're waiting on the addendum item?
Addendum item.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the addendum item number one.
Item number one.
Last item for today.
Item 1, motion to approve the reappointment of Colette Dantnack to the Augusta Economic Development Authority.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Yeah, I just wanted to make everybody aware, we have 4 appointments that we need to either reappoint or make new appointments for the EDA.
I need to rescind mine, we do it all at one time?
Well, I mean, you've made yours. Commissioner Scott is making hers, but I just wanted to make
We
sure
have
that.
some others in the queue.
There's others in the queue too?
Not for today.
Not for today.
Oh, okay. But I just wanted to make it known to this, not as an objection to Commissioner Scott's appointment. She's like, yeah, you better not. But that's funny. I needed that. But to make it as a point of clarity for us, we have 4 total, y'all, that we need to make. So Commissioner Guilfoyle and Commissioner Scott have taken the lead on filling these 2. We have 2 more that we need to go ahead and take care of next commission. So just putting that out there from a public statement. Since I pulled it, Madam Clerk, we need to vote on it, correct?
Yes, sir, need a motion.
All right, so I make a motion to go ahead and accept the colleague from the 9th's recommendation for Ms. Dantnack to be reappointed.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're prepared to vote.
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does that conclude our business for today? It's been a long one.
Is that it, right?
That is-
No
that is-
legal meeting?
That is it. That is it. Madam Clerk, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you, guys. Have a good afternoon.